FINAL FIGHT FINAL FIGHT
出たジャンピングハイドライバーからおっとバックフォーク
FINAL FIGHT
スーパーファミコンで好評発売中
Capcom.
What's up, folks? What is up? Welcome and happy Saturday. It's Saturday, right? It's Saturday night, and it's time for Final Fight. You know what game it is. It's Final Fight. Except today we're going to be playing Final Fight 2, among other things. We'll get to that in a second. First of all, of course, I would be remiss of me not to bid everybody welcome. Hope everybody's doing well. I see people in chat are getting excited already. That's what we like to see. Space Hypercopter, Tonkala, Zimmy, Sanuj, Atomic Runner, and Mr. Fui, welcome, welcome. Also, I gotta commend the pairing of Chelnov and Crazy Climber. That's a very powerful emote combination. I like it. I like it. Welcome back to the next installment of the Final Fight Series Retrospective. We have finally made our way through every single version. Well, essentially every single version. Let's add some quantifiers there and maybe call it every single version of note of the original Final Fight. Which means that we have now made it to the point where we're going to be starting to look at some other games in the Final Fight series. And we're going to be taking a look at the 8-bit and 16-bit home console sequels to Final Fight. And that, of course, means Final Fight 2. It means Mighty Final Fight and Final Fight Tough, aka Final Fight 3. Wormsy, good evening, good evening. This is gonna be interesting because we are gonna be, I don't know. I'm not coming to these games blind, but I'm not coming to these games with that much familiarity. I certainly have not played anything that we're gonna be playing tonight anytime recently. It's been a long time. Part 3 especially, I remember like not liking all that much, I guess. Like not disliking it, but just not like ever feeling the strong need to go back to, I guess. But I'm sure, like I know for a fact that the last time I played either of these games we're going to be playing tonight, I had a different level of understanding and appreciation both for beat-em-up games in general, but also Final Fight specifically. So it'll be interesting to see how I feel about Final Fight 2 and 3 in particular. Obviously, Mighty Final Fight is such a different thing, but I think I'll be much more able to relate the mechanics, as well as other design aspects like the pacing and, you know, that kind of thing, level layouts from the sequels to the original game. Now, I know they're lesser games, especially the second one, but I'm hoping to find, you know, either new things to appreciate, or at the very least, a better ability to articulate why I don't like them, if I don't. There are, in fact, no billion ports of these, millions or billions, but there might be a few surprises today. We will see what we have time to cover. I have managed to kind of flip my sleep schedule upside down over the past couple of days, so that's why we're starting a little later than usual today. Hopefully, I will still have enough gas in the tank to get through the planned lineup for tonight, which will most likely take, if I had to guess, at least 6 hours, judging from previous streams and such. But we'll do our best. And of course, anything we don't have time to cover tonight, we'll just do next time. Because there is still there's still a lot left, even after everything I've planned for tonight. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. We played 13 versions of Final Fight 1, and I have a list in front of me, so why don't I go through it real quick. We played the original arcade game, of course. We played the Super Nintendo port. We played the Amiga port. We played the Atari ST port. We played the Amstrad CPC port. We played the Commodore 64 port, the ZX Spectrum port, the Sharp X68000 port. We played Final Fight Guy for the Super Nintendo. We played the Mega CD version, Final Fight CD. We played Final Fight 1 on Game Boy Advance. We played Final Fight, the Java phone version from 2006. And we played Final Fight Double Impact from 2010 on the PS3. So aside from like emulated releases as part of collections or the like, those are pretty much all the versions of Final Fight that are at least currently sourceable and available. There may have been other mobile phone ports, for example, or things like that that are kind of lost to time, in which case, unfortunately, there's not much I can do about that. But I think it's fair to say that we covered a lot of ground, and it was a fairly comprehensive look at different versions of Final Fight. Now, we didn't really get into regional variations. There are certainly some games that have some visual discrepancies. We got to see a little bit of that, I suppose, because we played the Japanese version of the Super Nintendo games, but we played the American version of Final Fight 1, which is kind of based on the Super Nintendo version to a degree. Among other things, it features Billy and Sid in place of Poison and Roxy. I don't know. I would kind of expect there to be, but I'm not knowledgeable, and I'm happy to be educated if people in chat know more than me. I don't really know if there's a lot of differences between the American or world version, the English language version, and the Japanese version of the original arcade game. There are certainly a lot of examples of arcade games that have fairly drastic differences between Japan and English language versions, and I don't really know to what extent that is the case with Final Fight. I figured that even if there are kind of drastic changes in terms of mechanics or balancing and that kind of thing, I would expect most of those details to go over my head, as I'm not really... I love the game, but I'm not terribly knowledgeable about it on that kind of mechanical level, to the point where I would necessarily be super able to appreciate those types of differences. Nor would it necessarily make for that interesting a showcase to kind of play a game through twice and sort of guess at what the differences might be. But like I said, if people in chat are more knowledgeable than me, I'm more than happy to be educated. Brunon D, what's up? What's up? Hagar cosplay when? Not currently planned. When I get a 12-pack. How about that? Anyway, I think that's most of the preamble we need. I am starting a little bit earlier than I said I would. Although I guess it's already 6 p.m. now, so anyone who is setting their alarm to tune in at 6 p.m. CEST to watch some Final Fight 2, welcome. You're right on time. You'll remind me. All right, sure. If I had Hagar's incredible physique, I would gladly dress in a pair of slacks and a single suspender. It would be my pleasure. You don't have to watch Yumi and Dupree. Well, I'm happy to provide. What's up, Running Wild? So tonight we're playing this. This is where we're starting. So what I'm holding here in my hand is I think I probably haven't shown this one specifically, but I've got a bunch of these custom-made cases for Super Famicom games. So these are, I think, Universal Game Cases, I think they were called. They are unfortunately discontinued, and from what I understand, you can't really get them anymore. There are other similar ones out there, I think, which probably have different dimensions, so I have to kind of redesign things. But the cartridge right here, take a look at that in a second. But they come with these, it's probably quite hard to see. You'll see that there's a bunch of like tabs in there. They're kind of designed to hold NES cartridges or Super Nintendo or Mega Drive cartridges, like American or like, I guess they're literally designed to hold American NES or Super NES cartridges. So the Japanese Super Nintendo cartridges don't really like slot in super neatly. They sort of slide around, but you know, it works. The measurements are not identical, but very similar to Mega Drive like clamshells, and those are pretty much my favorite game boxes for any systems. Both in a sort of physical construction sense, but also I think the proportion of them are very like aesthetically pleasing, and I think you get a nice like chunky area for artwork, but they're not like big enough to be impractical. You know, you have like PC big boxes and stuff like that, which is, you know, they can be super duper cool, but they can be a little bit unwieldy. I think the sort of Mega Drive style case perfectly strikes the balance between practicality and having enough of a large canvas to show off awesome artwork. And of course, being hard plastic, they're a lot more durable and just nice all around. The Super Famicom boxes, aside from being cardboard, and obviously, you know, they don't hold up super well, I never quite liked the form factor of them. The fact that they're like so narrow and vertical, grab one. Random game here. G Gundam. You know, they're about the same height. But obviously the Super Famicom box is a lot more narrow. And this is actually a good example, because this game right here, G Gundam, actually has unique artwork that is like obviously designed to really fit and make good use of the canvas of the box. You even have a little wraparound action on the spines, which I think is awesome. But unfortunately, the vast majority of Super Famicom boxes aren't like this. In fact, case in point, Capcom were not very good at this. So this is Super Street Fighter 2. I mean, it goes without saying that it's a hell of a lot better than the Western box, which was literally a brick wall with the logo busting through. But this is like kind of an adaptation of the movie poster for the Street Fighter 2 movie. I'm not sure how, like, if you look up closer, you can see that right across or behind the logo there's like that, like the drawing is just cut off. And even on the bottom, I think, like, it sort of blends in a little bit, but I don't know, like, the drawing starts at the bottom of the box, and then it just ends here. And then there's this like thick black strip, and then there's this extra little gold trim at the top. So like the aspect ratio of the image like just doesn't fit the box at all. And that's honestly what many Super Famicom boxes are like, and it always annoys me. It just looks weird. Like, I don't like the Western Super Nintendo boxes because they have this big frame and there's a little box with the artwork off to the side, and it's kind of weird. But at least that's the design. With the Japanese boxes, you have this, like, there is no really standardized design for Super Famicom boxes. Like, you typically get the Super Famicom logo up here, but that's about it. Otherwise, they can kind of do whatever. I mean, there's plenty of even horizontally oriented boxes. But for whatever reason, when they designed the artwork, they just didn't think to design it in the proper aspect ratio. And it's, like, surprisingly common, and it makes it look really ghetto. So, like, when you have a really nice piece of art that is properly takes the aspect ratio into account, it actually can make for some kind of unique compositions. Like Prince of Persia is like my favorite box art of all time by Lord Katsuya Terada, and that has like gorgeous full artwork over the entire box and a composition that is like perfectly designed to take advantage of this vertical design. And I do have a custom box for that game too, because I have the cartridge, but I don't have a box for it. The artwork's still beautiful, but the design, the layout of it actually loses something when being kind of converted to this format. But in many cases, it really doesn't, because all you're doing is just like cropping off all this empty space at the top, and you get a larger version of the artwork anyway. But I digress. As you know, I'm very much a fan of box art, and it's something I'm very passionate about. So I enjoy messing with these kinds of things and designing stuff and kind of. So this template, what we're looking at here, with this kind of Super Famicom top bar and the spine design and this whole thing at the side, that's something I designed and came up with. Like, I'm trying to remember when this would have been. Probably around like 2013? Can that have been when I did this stuff? maybe a little earlier. I forget, but somewhere around there. And there's a few things that annoy me about the design I made for that template. The way certain things sort of line up, but I'm happy enough with it. And I wanted to come up with a design that's just like clean and empty enough to really use as much real estate as possible for the artwork. Whereas the back of it is, I got a little bit lazy. So basically, with this trim on the side, the rest of this is a pretty much perfect match for the original Super Famicom box. So for most of these that I've done, I've just sort of slapped a scan of the original back on here, and it works just fine. In some cases, I had to like redesign and change the proportions a little bit. I have designed, I don't know, I guess somewhere between 1 and 2 dozen maybe covers. Some of which I've printed, some of which are for games I don't own, just because I had nice art assets to work with and it was fun. But I've designed boxes for some games like Bahamut Lagoon, Akumajo Dracula, maybe Chrono Trigger, I forget, that were actually in horizontal format originally. So I had to like source different artwork and do all kinds of stuff to come up with any kind of decent design for the front. And the back would usually have to be like completely redesigned. But that's a lot of fun. This one is like a little bit fucked up because you can actually see the Final Fight logo like overlaps the top of the template, which like you would never get that in an actual retail box. But it's what I had to work with. So I figured, fuck it. This design, this box, it looks a bit shit because I printed this on a different printer and I didn't really have like decent... I didn't do enough trial and error to get the colors right. And now the colors are all fucked on my camera anyway, so you may be not able to tell entirely how fucked the colors are, but trust me, they're bad. There's not enough black and there's like not enough yellow. It's kind of weird. It's very bluish. But this was kind of interesting because this is the original artwork from Final Fight 2. But of course the aspect ratio is different. It is cropped, but the logo is not positioned right here on the original box. The logo is up top, and I tried to kind of hide it best I could. But a bunch of Hagar's arms up there, I had to like paint in when I erased because the original logo would kind of overlap his arms. So I had to like paint in details, and I think I extended the background a bunch to the sides as well to kind of make the picture as wide as possible. It's been a long time since I did this, and I'm still not like super happy with the layout because the logo, it looks a bit clunky down there. But I have a cool Final Fight 2 box, so overall I'm pretty happy with it. It's a previously in mint condition cartridge as well. Some dude named Okamoto, I guess, owned this. I believe this is probably a phone number. It's a good thing it's probably smudged, although I'm sure we would probably not reach the Okamoto residence. Oh, I mean, maybe their parents still lives there. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, Final Fight 2 is what we're going to be starting off tonight's stream with. Like that it looks like a VHS case. Yeah, and that's actually funny. Like the Japanese, I remember looking at the various like solutions for custom covers and stuff like that, and I was looking for potentially getting some kind of protective cases for my actual SFC boxes. And the Japanese SFC boxes are actually very similar in shape to not the ones we would get here, but like American cardboard VHS boxes. Like when I was a kid, if I went to the video store or if you bought a movie, like VHS tapes would always come in like plastic clamshells. And they would be a little bit larger than this. They would be taller, I think, primarily. But I guess in America, and I've seen those here too, granted, but I think it seems to have been more common for them to kind of come in these cardboard sleeves where you like pull the cartridge out of the bottom. And those kind of sleeves are, from the research I did like a decade plus ago, seem to be very similar in measurements to the Super Famicom boxes. So I was looking into buying like plastic protective outer sleeves for VHS boxes to use for my Super Famicom cases, but I never got around to it. But anyway, Final Fight 2. Let's do it. Let's hope it boots up. Let me hop on over here. Oh yeah, that's messed up. That's factually incorrect. 1993. So we're going to be playing these in again, we're going to kind of go in chronological order to get the full historical context. Rorty the Kitty, thank you very much for that follow. And the Japanese release date for Final Fight 2 was May of 1993. And Mighty Final Fight came out in June of 1993. It actually came out after this. And a pretty damn late Famicom title. Famicom titles did come out for a while still. But we were, needless to say, at the tail end.
Great job on the box's design. Also, shout out to G Gundam for being great.
Shout out to G Gundam. Thank you very much, very much for those 100 smoky bits, Atomic Runner. Appreciate it. Yeah, like, not to be all cliche and talk about how graphic design is my passion, which it really isn't, not graphic design, but video game box art design is something I am very passionate about. And I've long intended to, like, get back to designing more of these. I still have. I bought like a dozen, I think, of these boxes, and I've printed covers for maybe half of them. The other half I put games in the cases thinking like, oh yeah, this is a game I like. For example, like Gambare Goemon, Kunio Tachi no Banka, maybe Batman Returns. I don't know, there was like a couple of games that I knew that had like really nice artwork, but that at the time I didn't have any original scans sourced or anything that I could really do much with. But it's like, yeah, I'm gonna want to print a cover for this game. And I guess at this point it would be impossible to get more of these actual cases, but at the very least I would like to print covers to fill up so I don't have like 6 or however many cases. I'm gonna take a look actually. There's 4. Yeah, look, okay, 6, I think 6 or 7, I think, cases that I have that are empty. Well, not empty, I have games in them, but no artwork for them. So I have, you could think of them as like 6 additional canvases that I could fill up with artworks for games that I like. I would say, honestly, this game right here, Septentrion, might be a good candidate because it's a really cool game. Granted, even if I had a scan of the original box, it's a horizontal box, so it might be really difficult to make a box for that, but it'd be nice to at least make sure that the ones I have some artwork on them. Oh no, Final Fight 2. That's, yes, I think that will sum up tonight's stream. Although, I'm not entirely sure Final Fight 2 warrants that level of enthusiastic rejection. Yeah, Septentrion is a game I've been wanting to get for years and years, and it just so happened, and I wanted for a long time because there's a lot of things about it that just seem super cool that really like checks my boxes. But I'd kind of reached a point where I'm like, well, that game is expensive now, so there's no reason to expect that I would ever own a copy. But it'd be cool if I were able to get it. And when I ordered some Japanese games from a Swedish shop a while back, I was browsing through their stuff, and they just happened to have Septentrion in stock, and it was like shockingly cheap. I think I paid 30, maybe 30 something euros for the cart, which is, I mean, it's not like a several $100 game, but it's, I think, like, let's say at least 50 euros for the cart would be more of a typical asking price from what I've seen. So I was able to get it essentially at like, I would say maybe it's around 100 complete, something like that. At least in like the 7,000 yen range, but probably more expensive now because old game prices are kind of what they are. So being able to get it for like 30, 40 euros seemed like a great deal as far as I'm concerned. So I'm just really happy to own it. and I've been wanting to play it, but if I'm going to play it, I would like to do a little bit more research on it. Learn maybe to make sure I don't want to kind of go in super duper blind, because I think it's a pretty difficult game from what I understand. But more importantly, I would want to dedicate some time to it to like give it its due. Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked. This is a bad sign. Let me change my display here, and we shall be able to get started soon. Right, so where are we at with cables here? That's not probably this one. Wait, okay, it might help, I guess, if I actually hook up my upscaler. Oh yeah, it might actually help primarily if I set the source correctly, because it's probably still set up to capture PS3. Yes, it is. HDMI video input. There we go. There we go. Everything kind of was set up. I was just being an idiot. Let's pause these jams. And let's try again. Not the right input? How about this? How about this? Well, maybe it's all fucked up. Okay, let me actually take a look at my cables here. Okay, yeah, alright, it's this one. Alright, it's probably just a cartridge. Let me actually get what the video signal would look like. Okay, well, it's obviously the right source, at least. Don't have any cleaning stuff here. I might have to go run and grab some cotton swabs. It's just like not getting anything, huh? I know the game works. I've played it before, but... Hey, there we go. Monitor source, thank you. No signal. Wrong HDMI. What the actual heck? Did I fuck up the HDMI pass-through or something? You guys can enjoy the intro while I try to figure out why I am not seeing anything on my monitor here. No signal. What's... Ow. Some cables around here. Okay. Clearly, the video is being captured, so the video is coming into my capture card. You know, that much seems... I'm so confused. What the hell is going on? Why am I not getting a signal? I'll be with you guys shortly. I'm just a little baffled right now. I've got some farty Super Nintendo sounds. Okay, let me just out that and put it back in. I mean, I can see the game. I can see it through my OBS video preview. But I would very much prefer not to play it that way, because that will introduce enough lag. I mean, it is playable. I've played games like that, but I have my new fancy retro tank. I should not be forced to subject myself to that. I will climb around to the back side of my monitor here to plug and unplug the correct cables. These are definitely the HDMI ports. Seem pretty firmly connected. So unless my capture card HDMI pass-through has just like... Actually, you know what? Let me... Let me fuck around with my capture stuff for a second here. That could... I've had weirder things happen. Like, I definitely lose audio on the pass-through sometimes, and just like disabling it and enabling it fixes that. I've never had that with video, but first for everything, right? I will give this a few more minutes to try and figure this out. If I can't, we'll just whatever, because this is the only game we're going to be playing on real hardware tonight anyway. So it may not be worth fucking around all that much with it, but I'm still so confused, so utterly confused. Unplug that. Try to plug it back in if I can. Easier said than done, apparently. Oh, there we go. I think. Nope. Don't you guys just love real hardware? I can't even fucking find the... Well, I can find the HDMI port. It's right there, but I can't plug it in. I obviously can't see what I'm doing either, because it's behind the monitor. Can't really swivel it around either. It's like... Oh, should never plug this. Unplug this. Why is this not even... Ah, there we go. It's probably not going to work. But at least I was able to plug it back in. I'm not even sure that was the right cable. I mean, I think it should have been, but there's no reason it's not working in the first place. And it looks like I'm still not getting any... No signal. Let's see if that was somehow the wrong HDMI. Well, it doesn't look like I'm getting signal there either. This is completely bizarre. But it is what it is, I suppose. We'll just have to live with it. So confused. Let me just catch up with chat. Yeah, Carlos Miyamoto never really showed. I mean, he has like... He shows up in like Card Fighter Clash and Udon comics, but he was never like a playable character. I mean, he's probably in some ending in I think he's in like Hagar's ending in Marvel 3 or something. Flamingo Jazz redeemed Jiggeh's collection lore. Oh boy. Well, we're getting big sidetracks here. Well, who am I to not give you your con coins worth? Let me go grab something. Let me look at my shelf and see what I have that I can talk about from my collection that we might not have looked at or talked about before. I feel like I need to take a breather after climbing behind my monitor to uselessly try and plug and unplug an HDMI cable anyway. So I'll be with you in just like 2 minutes, and we will look at something and talk about it. Be right back. Hey, there we go. Now you can actually hear me too. Sorry about that. Do not worry about it. I'm all about sharing and spreading knowledge. I'm all about education. And I'm all about having an excuse to talk about the crap that's sitting in my shelf that I never get to show or talk about otherwise. So we'll try to make this a little bit quicker than the whatever hour-long talk we had about the Street Fighter 2 complete file next time. But I was looking at my shelf and I realized there was actually a perfect kind of follow-up to that, or a book that had come up in conversation on previous streams, and that is this book right here, all about Taisen Kakutou Game. And this is Volume 1 of the All About series. So I mentioned this book previously. This is Volume 1, the very first volume of the kind of legendary All About series. And this book, compared to every other book in this series, is like paper thin. Every other book in this series, at least the ones I have, are, I would say, at typically twice as thick, but some of them are thicker. Some of them are about twice as thick and in a much larger format. And also, every other book, aside from this one, covers a single game. And this one, like, makes me, as I mentioned previously, like, it's a little sad in a way that there is no proper, like, All About Street Fighter 2, or All About Super Street Fighter 2X. There's an All About book for pretty much every SNK and Capcom fighting game. Well, not every SNK, but some SNK games and pretty much every Capcom game, like 94, 95 onwards. But as far as earlier games in that series, this is kind of it. And as it says on the box, on the front cover, rather, the main kind of, obviously we have Chun-Li front and center, but the main games kind of advertised are World Heroes 2, Garo Densetsu Special, Chou Shinsaku o Scoop. They've got the scoop on the super new title, Fatal Fury Special. Then on the side here it says Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Garo Densetsu 2, which is of course Fatal Fury 2, Fighter's History, Martial Champion, Knuckleheads, Garo Densetsu, World Heroes, Ryuko no Ken, which is Art of Fighting. So I mean, it's got that for it. This is a it's not a guidebook exactly, but it's a source book, we can call it, that features Knuckleheads, which is an early Namco fighting game from like 1993, which has a jump button and like 4 characters, 6 characters, maybe something like that. Martial Champion is also not a game that gets covered all that much, so it's kind of cool. I have no memory of that at all, that those games were featured in this book. But as it says then here, all 98 characters from these 9 games are, like, this book is filled to the brim with data on 98 characters from these 9 games. So a book that's half the thickness of the average book in the series, and it covers 9 times as many games, you can kind of piece together that it's not going to be very, like, all-encompassing. That said, it is pretty cool, and I was happy to get this book. So this book I did not get when I was living in Japan. When I was living in Japan, I got a couple of the All About books. I did get the ones I mentioned, which were all about Capcom head-to-head fighting games, 87 to 2001, and I did get, or 87 to 2000, and I got the SNK equivalent, and I think I probably got a few of the other early ones I got. But this one I ordered through Surugaya. In one of the, I think, earliest waves of stuff I got, like, post moving back to Sweden. I would always look for opportunities to buy more books in this series, and I have, I would say, see if I can actually see them in my shelf here. I think there's, including this one, 6, maybe 7 in the main book series. Then I have the All About Deluxe book for Vampire Hunter, as well as the Capcom and SNK ones. And they're all incredible books. What if Tekken was named Knuckleheads? I mean, it's a pretty good name, right? It's got some neat character designs. I don't remember the music much, but I wouldn't mind playing it at some point. Martial Champion has got some really cool art, that's for sure. Some cool character designs. It's a bit janky, though. And it was originally conceived... It's a Konami game. The game that turned into Martial Champion was originally conceived as Yi-Ar Kung Fu 2, which is pretty wild. It would have been pretty fun if it was... if it ended up that way. And I want to say that there was a sequel planned, or at least... the artist who like designed the characters, he still draws Rachel a lot, and he's posted some stuff about Martial Champion. I want to say on his Twitter he posted about like concept art or something that was supposed to have gone into a sequel to Martial Champion that ended up never happening. But now we're getting sidetracked from our sidetrack here. I'm gonna try not to like just open every spread in this entire book, but starting off with some strong artwork in the ads. Dude, this is pretty fucking sick. We're getting ads for Super Famicom arcade sticks, which look like incredibly not homemade per se, but these are definitely, they don't look like mass market stuff for sure. I mean, yeah, they're literally selling arcade boards. They're like prices and ads for. You can buy a copy of Knuckleheads for 88,000 yen. You can get Street Fighter 1 for 45,000 yen. Street Fighter 2 for 38,000. So Street Fighter 1 is actually more expensive. WrestleFest 8,000 yen. How's those? How's that for a nice price? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that a copy of WrestleFest PCB probably goes for more than 8,000 yen in 2021. But yeah, in addition to all these arcade boards, they also sell these Hana Twin, like a 2-player arcade panel for Super Famicom. And I guess it's like an arcade panel and you can buy like a mahjong harness for it. You can buy I guess a Super Famicom compatible cable for it. This is pretty hardcore shit, but it makes perfect sense, like, because that's the audience that this book is made for. Yeah, so we have the table of contents here. We're covering a lot of different games. Let's try to get to some juicy stuff or some interesting stuff, just to kind of explain what the book is all about. Yeah, I think this right here, the early pages here, is just the this is the scoop on Garo Densetsu Special. There's 15 characters and shit. This is actually a nice page too. Taisen Kakutou game no miryōku to wa? Which means what is the appeal of versus fighting games? Pretty good introduction. So for the Street Fighter 2 Turbo section, there's like a basic system mechanics strategy section. And then we have character section. There's no frame data, but we do get this list right here, this chart that's below the artwork, which lists the names of all of Yu's normal moves. Just very important information. Oh yeah, so it's just like one page of strategies versus the computer when you're playing as Yu. And then you kind of get that for all characters. So I think this book, most of these sections are like this. There's some light kind of strategy stuff. And I would say that the following books would be, they would have this stuff, but they would be, actually that's not true. I was going to say that they're less focused on strategy guide type stuff, but that's not really true, because they do have very extensive strategy stuff. It's just that they have a lot more of everything else also. I did not buy them primarily to learn strategies. I can say that much. But this game, or this book rather, each chapter for each game, I think is mostly this stuff. But then I think there's, towards the end, the kind of data section that has like some concept art and that kind of stuff for all the games. So there's not a ton of that in this book, but there's some of it. There's like a column, I think. It's about Hamewaza, which I don't really know exactly what it means. I guess it's like being mean. I don't know. There's a little chart here, which basically explains a tick throw. But I don't think Hamewaza means tech throw, because the entire column here seems to be about the ethics of like pissing off your opponent. So I guess that's kind of what it's all about, which is pretty interesting, especially like in the context of the competitive fighting game scene in circa 1993. Like things just weren't so firmly established as they would go on to be. We got the next section here, World Heroes 2. Same kind of deal. You get one little box there with story, then you get basic rules, control, gameplay mechanics, and character sections here. Alright, yeah. We get also a full chart of the names of all of Hanzo's normal attacks. See, like, even these artworks for the characters, I mean, it's not like I've done a lot of research or digging for World Heroes artwork. Come on, you can do it. But I can't claim to say that these look like that familiar to me. It's not; these aren't artworks I've seen, you know, over and over and over again. Also, each character here gets a little tagline. Kind of stuff is always cool. Any options? Info on the death matches option. We'll see. There usually is a significant chunk on like secrets and that kind of thing. So you can see here, like for the World Heroes 2 section, each character only gets the one spread. For Street Fighter 2, they got like 2 spreads, I think. So here you get like half. Okay, yeah. So you get this page right here, which is like strategy with the character, and on the bottom is like example combos. Yeah, it's like, yeah, example combos. Justice Sword 4-hit combo with Jean, for example. This is a very good muscle power right here. Where's good face's spot when you need him? It's a good face. Let's try to speed it up here. I just love these fucking books, and it's not like I flip through them very often. So when I get cajoled into looking through this stuff, I'm just like mesmerized by the contents of these books. We got Neo Gigas and Dio, the boss characters. So I guess Neo Gigas is just oh, never mind. I was gonna say you see his move. No, it's just like a picture of his, like, him turning into every other character. World Heroes 2 Ending Gallery. That's kind of cool. You have the, you know, the endings for all the characters. Those blue and pink boxes, those are also character profile, like likes and dislikes for each character. Oh, the music's a bit loud, isn't it? It's probably a little better. And these are all, like, you see the scan lines and shit. These are all, like, I'm not sure if they're photographed off of a monitor, but they're not, like, super high quality direct captures that we would be used to in 21st century. Doesn't seem to be anything about deathmatch options here. But there is a one kind of bonus page here. About, I don't know, about World Heroes 2's, like, advancements in the genre or whatever. A little bit about ADK, and this box too. Whoa, there are. This box right here is on the history, I guess, of Alpha Denshi, aka ADK. Yeah, it mentions Ninja Combat and Ninja Commando, which were their previous games. We got Fatal Fury 2. Let's skip all this stuff, and I can show you some pages from oh, okay, yeah, so we made it to the budget part of the book. So from here on out, everything is just black and white. Fighter's history. I was going to say, we can look at Knuckleheads and Martial Champion and that kind of stuff, which is a little less well-known, perhaps. As well as the data, concept arts, etc. at the end of the book. The Martial Champion chapter. And yeah, at this point, like, they're definitely dedicating more pages to the more important stuff. So Martial Champion, you get like a few sentences about the character. You get their special moves and their character profile. And that's about it. So here's Knuckleheads. This artwork is not difficult to find. I'm sure if you just look up arcadeflyers.com or whatever, you can see this illustration. Still cool to see. Here we get an explanation of the versus system. So yeah, another, like, Knuckleheads is a bit different because it has like a Z-axis. And as it says here, Knuckleheads allows for simultaneous 4-player play. Which is, I mean, pretty innovative for like 93 or whenever it came out. And this also explains, like, there's different ways of doing like co-op or versus, I suppose, because of these like weird ways of playing. Again, kind of lumping every character together here. So, are there 8 characters? Are there that many? No, there's just 6 characters. So you get the 4 characters on this spread, and then the remaining 2 here, and the ending gallery in black and white here on This is actually interesting. The endings all have bilingual English and Japanese subtitles. I've definitely played this game before. I would expect that I would have button mashed and credit feeded my way through it to get an ending. But I suppose that would have been a very long time ago. I'm not sure if you can really see, but you can kind of see on the right-hand side are the Japanese subtitles. Like the English dialogue. Just kind of neat. Yeah, it's got a lot of neat ideas, but it's not good. Yeah, they even found room for the staff role. We got Fatal Fury 1. So of course in this game, the characters aren't playable, right? You can only play as Andy, Terry, and Joe. So the opponents just get a description of their special moves and presumably some kind of strategy. World Heroes 1. Yeah, it's that time of day, isn't it? Which means we've been going for about an hour and we haven't really achieved much yet. But that's fine. I'm enjoying myself very much. Yeah, here we get a full page per character here at least, but it's still not quite as exciting as some of the earlier stuff. Ending gallery. I think we are... Oh, no, right. Art of Fighting as well. Oh, well, this is... Okay. First kind of interesting thing to show up here. So this picture on the left of Yu Hakutou is, you know, it's a fairly well-circulated piece of art. But this sketch right here, maybe not so much. I don't immediately recognize it anyway. So this is early Shinkiro artwork, by the way. Style was definitely a little bit different back then. Okay, that's kind of peculiar, because you don't get that kind of sketch for these other characters, but... oh, no, we got Mickey Rogers. Exclusive Mickey Rogers artwork. More good faces there. A rather powerful Mr. Big. That's some pretty good stuff here. Wonder where he's now. I don't know. He's lurking in some bushes, spying on Cosme, I guess. So here we go. And again, this is not nearly as exhaustive as one would perhaps wish, but Taisen Kakutou Game Shiryoshu, which is like versus fighting games materials collection, or however you translate that. Shiryo is like, it usually gets translated as materials, but it's I'm not even sure how you would label it in English. It's not strictly concept arts, but it's like design documents, design materials, I suppose. Here's some development history on World Heroes 2. Yeah, World Heroes 2 development diary, written by a name I can't read, but who is a planner for ADK. So you see this cool little height chart for all the characters, and then, like, yeah, just a lot of writing on the development. Development start. Are we gonna have 12 characters? Mo dameda. No, it's this is going terrible. Obidogu nanka kowaku nai. Projectiles aren't scary. And yeah, more. Then we have World Heroes 2 Q&A. I think, okay, it's a little confusing. Something about movement speed and stages and okay, yeah. So it's like movement speed for all the characters, what their normal mode stage is, and what their deathmatch mode stage is. Yeah, Football Gear Dude is Johnny Maximum. He's a character from World Heroes. We have oh, just a collection of win quotes from all the characters in Japanese and English. So this one actually has this game, we can tell from this, actually has all the Japanese quotes intact in English. We see stuff like this in the books for Street Fighter Alpha and whatnot, and they have like Street Fighter 02 has like 24 win quotes for the Japanese version, and the US version is like 4. But that's like a Capcom USA thing. They would usually truncate 75% of the content. Now there's more quotes here. So you do get Neo Gigas there. No, you simply are too weak. And we got some art here for Yoko and Shura. You get to see Mudman's face. It's rather unusual, I suppose. It's Eric over there. And speak of the devil, here's Neo Maximum. I almost called him Johnny Maximum. Captain Kid. Whoa, hurry. Dio. And then we got some stuff from Fatal Fury 2. So, Andy looking quite different from how he's usually drawn, I think. It's like in a denim vest or something, it looks like. There's Joe and Kim. That's pretty cool. Yeah, more of the new characters. Big Bear and Jiggeh Yamada. And what's his name? Chen? Chang Kohan, whatever. No, yeah, right, Chen Shinzan. And of course, we get some sketches of Mai. Not as much as you would think, like, you would think she would warrant more than half a pages, but there's a few more sketches than some of the other characters, at least. Some details about her costumes and whatnot. Oh, this is not super easy to show, but... this was definitely not before JoJo. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure... Well, it would have been before Part 3, maybe. I'm not sure. But JoJo's Bizarre Adventure started in, like, 1988. I guess Dio is in Part 1. I don't know. I haven't read JoJo. And this is pretty cool. There's, like, a... It's cool because it's, like, nothing like what actually made it to the game. But it's, like... storyboards for the opening, like the attract mode intro cinematic. And this is definitely not before 87. This is like 1993. Oh, this is like a quality resource here. Fighter's history voice data. So if you ever want to know what any character is actually saying here, you actually get the full like text. Like, what are the voice lines for each of the special moves? Or win quotes or whatever else, I guess. Pretty good. Oh yeah, what it says and the meaning of it. Because, yeah, okay, so the voice, like, it's just katakana. Then there's an explanation. I guess Shura speaks Thai, actually. I didn't realize that. Or, not Shura, that's, would be Samche in Fighter's history. Shura, it's in World Heroes. What's this? Oh, game, voice actor list. It's like, this is for, for real nerds. Yeah, so we actually get, like, yeah, this is really cool. So it lists voice actors for the characters in all these games with, like, examples of what other animes or whatever they've been in. For Street Fighter 2, it says, all the voices were done by development staff. But of course, SNK, ADK, we've got some proper voice actors. For Fighter's History, it says, for this game, the voice clips were recorded by 3 groups of people. Group 1, or 3 people? It's not entirely clear. Number 1 was development staff. Number 2 was a Chinese teacher who someone at the company knew, I guess, to record like Chinese voice clips. And also, this is kind of interesting. The third one is a foreign voice actor who would be regularly hired to record voice clips for video games and pinball for Data East USA. So, whoever speaks English would be Ray and Matlock, I guess. And Marstorius, maybe. Karnov, even. I don't know. I'm just looking at the list here to who speaks English. The voices would have been done by American voice actors through Data East USA. Pretty good lore, wouldn't you say? What else can we learn here? That's kind of cool. Fatal Fury 1, I guess, like, doesn't have real voice actors. But Fatal Fury 2 sure does. Okay. And then we have a little glossary of terms. FGC lingo explained. Which is pretty cool. This is something that's in... I think there's a big section of this in the, like, All About Capcom Fighting Games book. And that's it. Here's just a full directory of every character featured in this book, as well as an ad for Libble Rabble. Or rather, Video Game Anthology Volume 4, Libble Rabble, which is a floppy disk release for the X68000, only 7,900 yen. We can also get some back issues, so to speak, of Volume 1, which is Terra Cresta and Moon Cresta. Quality Nichibutsu releases. Volume 2, which is Atomic Runner Chelnov. And Volume 3, Star Force. And there you have it. That's all about Taisen Kakutou game. And now we know everything there is to know about fighting games. Circa 1993. Oh yeah, just like it says here, this is a standalone release, obviously, but it's released somehow in conjunction with Micon Basic Magazine.
You rang?
Thank you, Atomic Runner, for raining additional bits on the stream. Well, I hope everyone feels enriched. We have learned more lore, courtesy of my collection of crap I've accrued over the past 15 or so years. And with that, well, the console's still running. Nothing's exploded yet. I'm just gonna, I guess, let me just do it one last check here to see if magically my fucking video pass-through has started working. There's no reason to believe it would have, except there's no reason it shouldn't have in the first place, but just plug and unplug that, see if that would make any difference. Really confused as to why this would be the case. Yeah, I can see this blue screen here, the blue light, that's HDMI 1 no signal. So, okay, we'll just play it through the OBS window, I suppose. An OBS scene for lore dumps. Well, I'm in a different scene collection now for the Final Fight stuff. So even if I had one, I wouldn't have it on hand now. But it's not the worst idea, actually. You're very welcome, Flamingo Jazz. Thank you for redeeming that thing. I hope I've set that to redeem it only once per stream, because otherwise, I think once is enough. If someone were to, for the lulz, redeem it again, I would just refund you, because I want to play some games now. But yeah, thank you for that. Let's resume the Final Fight Series Retrospective, and play some Final Fight 2. In fact, let me just reset the game real quick, and we can actually watch the intro. Or I can watch the intro. I guess you guys saw it like 3 times when I was trying to plug in a cable. I like that intro. The guys defeated the Mad Gear boss Belger. Metro City was in peace. Alright, so Mad Gear is still around. Oh. Let me just refund you. Alright, let me try to... I'm missing all this. Alright, oh yeah, I guess guy was like out traveling or something. His wife or whatever, his girlfriend Rena was kidnapped.
Hello, Mike Hagar here.
Watashi desu, Maki desu. Alright, her dad and sister.
Nani? Madugiyama. Damn you, Mad Gear.
Alright, let's go to Hong Kong. Alright, I'm going to Hong Kong.
Yosh. Alright, let's meet up in Hong Kong.
It said something about Cody. I think Cody and Jessica were out traveling or something.
Damn you, Mad Gear.
He just says it over and over. Like, I'll come with you.
This evil cannot be forgiven.
Where were we? Alright, mark that one as complete. I will reject this one to refund points. And let me edit my rewards and we'll set a limit. I'm happy to give some lore, but it does, I've only done it like twice, so I didn't have a good grasp on how disruptive it's gonna be. Turns out rather disruptive. Okay, limit redemptions per stream is set to 3. I think that's pretty high, so I'm just gonna lower that to 1, and we'll be happy with that. There we go. I think we'll get enough of the gist of the story, right? I kind of missed half of the intro, but that's fine. Music was stolen for bootlegs. That kind of stuff is interesting. There tends to always be those like victims that for whatever reason is like easy to rip out of it or whatever it is that leads to, it's like which one is it? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go to the options. There's that like pirate game or whatever it is on Mega Drive that like every Taiwanese bootleg uses that sound driver, and a lot of them use the music directly from it too. I forget what game it is. Let me just see if I can capture. Okay, yeah. So it says Jessica and Cody went traveling together. They're on holiday, and Guy was traveling to train. He's out practicing. He's in the lab, practicing his infinites. Icy's Havoc, that's the one. Yes, thank you. Dude, this stream is a fucking mess. But we're good. Already here looks nice and smooth. Now this would have been, I believe, Final Fight Guy was like early 93. Like March 93 or something, and this was June 93. So technically this would have been after Final Fight Guy, I believe. But clearly you can kind of already tell. Of course, there's the 2-player mode, but also it just seems to not suffer from as much slowdown as the original Final Fight release. I mean, you would hope, right? Bones do not exist. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Cody to be out training in, I was going to say the jungle, but I don't know, some forest or something. What's up, Rankin? Game level normal. So we haven't, we're more civilized here in that we get to go to the options without the use of a hidden cheat code. Although that reminds me, just for the sake of not leaving anything, any stone unturned, I'm just going to look up cheats for this game, just so we know for the record. There's a cheat code to use the same character, which is interesting. Beat the game on hard to unlock expert. Beat the game on expert to see the true ending. Huh, I did not know that that was a thing. I'm going to say with some degree of confidence that we are not going to beat this game on expert. Well, expert's just right there. Granted, I wonder if any of this is difficult, if it's different in the US version. It would not surprise me. Including locking parts of the ending away behind difficulty levels. I mean, obviously Capcom did that with Street Fighter 2 and whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, but I also wouldn't be surprised if that's something that Capcom USA kind of messed with for the US version. I don't know. But I think we'll probably just do the normal mode. And if anyone happens to know more about these multiple endings and would insist on us getting a look at the true ending, maybe we'll find it on YouTube or something. Dubduce Dalton, what is up? What is up? I'm catching up a bit on missed chat here. Oh yeah, I think someone asked where the poison emote that I have now, my follower emote, where it's from. It's from Cardfighter Clash. I had a Hagar emote set up from there too, but I was quite fond of the C64 Hagar, so he's still there, but we might... C64 Hagar might be replaced with Neo Geo Pocket Hagar. We'll see. We'll see. I just love his smug face. Well... Some goof troop ass noise. It's quite low. Let me boost the game audio here. So, Hagar, of course, is the returning character, and is the character we spent the most time with in the first game. Maki, I suppose, would be the guy equivalent, right? Carlos doesn't really seem like Cody exactly, but I suppose he would be the middle point, you know? I would actually quite like to mess around with all the characters. I am curious to see what Hagar is like compared to the original game, but I'm kind of more excited to play the new characters. And in my mind, Maki is just really cool, so I think we're gonna go with her. I don't really know. I guess we could have stuck around more in the attract mode to see the character profiles. That gives us some backstory on Maki and Carlos. Carlos Miyamoto, he's like also a ninja, I guess, who just shows up. Like him and Dean are like the weirdos who just show up. Count me in for whatever reason. Yes, Maki is also part, like she is she's part of the same like Bushinryu school. We sort of get some kind of explanation. Like the way I remember it. So like the objective of the game is to rescue Diana, who's the woman, and like her father. And the way I remember it is like she is Guy's fiance or something. But I think Maki said in the intro that it was her sister and father. I may have misread that. But I guess I would check out. But he's not like... Zeku is Guy's like master. Although Zeku, I'm pretty sure, was sort of introduced in Street Fighter Alpha 2. Maybe in Alpha 1. So that character may not have existed. So I'm not sure if the old man is supposed to be Guy's like master or whatever. But, who really cares? Well, personally speaking, I completely reject anything to do with the connection between Bushinryu and Zeku and Strider. I think that's not even probably, I would say it's single-handedly the stupidest story thing introduced by Street Fighter V. But that's my personal headcanon. Anyway, no timer on this screen in this game. Let's go. So yeah, we meet up in Hong Kong, and here we go. We can already tell that the audio is a lot better than in the first game. Alright, we got Final Fight throw combos. Do some knees. A vertical jump kick. Got an elbow. We got a back jump. You still can't jump kick from it, but we can do the knee probably. Yep. Got a Super Joy. So, yep. Seems to play on paper very much like Final Fight. These guys are pretty alright, but it's just funny. There's like something about this game that has that like low rent feel compared to the original, right? So like these guys are obviously they're like the equivalent of Brett, Doug, Jake, you know. There's Chun-Li, of course. But they've got like it's not like they have less going on in their designs. But still, there's something about their designs, like, maybe I'm just colored by this being a console game, but whenever I see those guys, they just feel more generic. I mean, I guess they have a little bit less animation. Like, in the original game, Doug and Brett, like, they walk out of those doorways in Stage 1. You see them sitting down in the park benches in Subway. There's, like, a few things like that that give them a little bit more personality. And we don't really get those kind of extra animations in this game. What does it say up there? 9 Dragon Castle something? I don't know. Chinese isn't very good. Alright, Tempura. Nice. Tendon even. Alright. Cool, cool. I do kind of like Elias. I think that's a... I mean, he's like kind of the Hollywood... you know, he's got the ranged weapon, he's got this weird lanky physique. Like, that's the thing, too. Like, a lot of enemies, not most maybe, but they kind of feel like they have an equivalent from Final Fight 1. So it's like, it sort of invites a comparison that's maybe not so friendly. But for some reason, I wouldn't necessarily say that I think Elias is, like, a very cool design. But I like it. It's something about the design feels more like Capcom, like these guys, Shot and Jack, I suppose. It just looks, it looks weird and ugly and kind of disgusting. I don't know. Elliot, all right. So there's Elliot, Elias, and Elijah. Atlas. Yeah, these guys are, I don't know, not that cool. They kind of look like they would be the Andre equivalents or something, but they're not, because Andre is in this game. Are they the Axel and Slash? Did he just block? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. They're not, none of them really do much of anything so far. Mark, Mick. Damage seems low. I don't know. It's not that enemies are like super tanky, but like in Final Fight 1, when you do the knee bash, like I feel like that does way more damage. Like, I don't think the art is bad in this game at all. It's not a bad looking game. I would say visually, like, in terms of quality of the art assets, if we were to compare this to the Super Nintendo version of Final Fight 1, I think this is, like, at least as good. Alright, I got my first extend. Haven't been touched yet. This is kind of cool. This is like a new thing. Vertical belts. This would have been post Bare Knuckle 2, of course. That's an interesting question. Like, I wonder what the first game was that had these, like, long vertical sections. I know that Captain Commando... Oh yeah, they do block. Okay. Captain Commando, of course, has like a much wider belt than Final Fight, but I haven't played it enough or recently enough to know whether there are any sections like this in it. Joni. TMT 89. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. With the like the billboards falling down, with foot soldiers somehow hiding behind a billboard stuck to a wall, which is pretty good. That's a great call. Oh yeah, Lemsar, for sure. Like, my comment was in no ways aimed at what you were saying about the enemy sprites. Like, I'm just trying to piece together, like, sort out what I'm thinking about the what it is about this that kind of make it seem or feel so much less appealing than the first one. And I don't think it's like the art quality. I mean, it's nothing like that. It's just like the aesthetic design of the characters that I think is kind of... It just has like a slight knockoff feel to it, which is very hard to like articulate what it is about it. I can say, I'm not sure if it's what contributes to it feeling knockoff-like, but some of the designs I feel are kind of... They feel like they're like trying quite hard. There's like a lot going on, and they're like... seem very concerned with being... They're like trying so hard not to be bland that they come off as bland, if that makes any sense. When does Maki get her tonfas? In 2001 in CBS 2. Pretty sure tonfa isn't a thing in this game, but maybe it is a weapon in this game. Maybe that's where they kind of got the idea. I haven't played this in 2 million years. Oh, strange sound effect for the lumber here, but it's a new weapon. That's pretty cool. Yeah, like we get like plenty of different types of enemies. We have 3 enemies at once, just like the first game, but the game does have 2-player mode. I almost kind of wish that in 1-player mode, like, if we could sacrifice... I wouldn't advocate for the game not having a 2-player mode, but it would be cool if the game had, like, different enemy waves. It was, like, balanced differently. So when you're playing in 1-player mode, you actually get 4 enemies at once. Because, like, the Mega CD version also doesn't have the full, like, enemy counts. But just going up from 3 enemies at a time to 4 makes a massive difference in, like... how you have to deal with the concept of crowds. There are many reasons why only the first game is a classic. Oh, that's very true. That's very true. I guess I'm just trying to sort of piece together why that is. Wan. So another thing, of course, is that like the first game is so much more thematically consistent. In this game, I guess the Mad Gear Gang is like an international crime syndicate who have street punks on the payroll all across the globe. It's a little strange to have like even in the first game, right? It's like a little bit goofy, but at least it makes thematic sense that Hagar and company are just like walking through the streets of Metro City to achieve their goal. But here it's like, oh yeah, I guess we gotta go on an international flight to Hong Kong so that we can walk through 4 city blocks, fight a dude, and then we'll fly to whatever it is, like Amsterdam or Tokyo or Paris or whatever cities we go to. Like, it sort of draws attention to itself in a weird way, I think. Okay, so he's got some iframes, but he's like taking 2 years to jump at you. So I think it's fair to say rather immediately that this game is a lot easier than the first one. So not to say that you can't have a globe-trotting beat-em-up, but I think it kind of makes sense to... Oh, wow, this is kind of cool. The 3 defeated Wan. They took Rana to Europe. I guess they have established a base there, alright. Blah, blah, blah. Endless fight in Eurasia. Blah, blah. Okay, wow, that's so sick. Like, I didn't remember at all there's like a fucking text scroll storyline between stages. Anyway, I guess it said something about Mad Gear establishing itself in Europe, and they took Rena there. I think it said her name was Rena Genjusai, which is Maki's last name, so that would check out that they're sisters. They took out the cleaver. Well, there we go. We're getting some regional differences already. It would not surprise me if those text bits were taken out in the English version, by the way. That's like fully what I would expect from Capcom USA. Alright, we got shoes. Like, so far, I mean, I got hit like 3 times in stage 1. The boss, like, didn't keep spawning minions. And had like one attack that was like super easy to avoid. I wonder if... I mean, I'm sure the game was escalated in difficulty, but... See? Even stuff like that. Whenever I get hit, I can just mash punch, and I'll punch back. These guys that have the blocking ability, they barely use it. It's like, should I have been playing on hard or expert, even? Oh yeah, Mary and Eliza, I guess, were taken out of this version, whatever the other name was. I do like that enemy design, too. I think Elias... and the girls. Those are the enemy designs that I like. These guys, the breads or whatever, they're okay. Yeah, there's Eliza. I think she's like the main. Mary is the first one we face, but I think as far as like the game is concerned, I think Eliza is like the main, if there is such a thing. The others are like swaps of her. I guess they're equal. I don't know. Over time, damage scaling adds up. Yeah, that would make sense. But they're very passive. I mean, of course, in arcade Final Fight, enemies are like can be super aggressive. Alright, we're introduced to Andre, who's got a new outfit. Kinda like it. I don't think it's an improvement per se, but it's cool that it's not like just a reused sprite. I mean, he is clearly like traced over the original. But he fits in well. I like the voice clips. The audio is good in this. I mean, it's still Super Nintendo. Like, it doesn't really rise above average in terms of like sound quality and stuff. But the music is like alright. I mean, it's a little bit bland, not super memorable. But these are okay jams to beat up thugs too. And sound quality wise, there's nothing to really complain about. I like the sound effects. The punching sound is satisfying. Alright, just got good actor frames on that final combo hit. Oh, that's annoying that you like keep pushing them back. Makes it harder. I'm like... I was gonna say, we're like already towards the second half probably of stage 2. I wouldn't want to start over now, but I'm definitely like, man, I should have picked a higher difficulty, shouldn't I? Well, maybe it's too soon to say that. But if we end up having a super trivial time, then maybe we'll start over and try hard or expert with other characters. We're definitely going to have to at least try Hagar and Carlos. Alright, extends every 200k, I suppose, after the initial 100. Alright, so the blue Andre is junior in this one. Yeah, there's definitely Super Famicom reverb on everything. But not, like, off-puttingly so. It's kind of what I mean about the average quality of stuff. It's like, yeah, it's there, but that's kind of what you would expect. That cool hitbox. Man, I did try to super enjoy that. Alright, let's see if we get some food drops. They haven't been that plentiful. Wow, that's kind of bad. Like, I'm having a bad kind of instinct here to punch back when I get hit instead of super joying or extra joy, whatever they want to call it. Alright, so grandfather Andre is back, I guess. Yeah, like, when it comes to a beat 'em up, I would definitely take... I'm perfectly fine with the audio being a little weird. If it, you know, if it gets to that undefinable point of just feeling chunky and satisfying, like that trumps anything else. Alec. That's a good portrait. But yeah, I don't like these guys. They have the same, like, I don't know what you would call those things. But Harold and Brenda and Captain Commando's got those things too, right? They're like tuning forks. Electrical tuning forks. Alright, so we're fighting our way into Charlie Gull Airport. Can we get some food, please? No? Oh, okay. The knife just disappeared immediately. Alright, okay. Oh wow, enemies don't fall down. I mean, you do get iframes. Yeah, these guys are so ugly. Their posture is like off-putting to me. But yeah, it's such a far cry from the level of intensity of the original game, where you're just like, you cannot let your guard down for a second. This game like doesn't really have that. Does Mikey get a wall jump? That's a good question. I would guess yes. I don't have the manual, unfortunately. We would have to do some experiments. But I think a guy, like, he needs a physical wall to jump off from or something, doesn't he? I remember not being able to wall jump in the survival mode on Mega CD. Yeah, I mean, like, there aren't a lot of physical walls in Final Fight 1 either. It's like, compared to Hagar's Pile Driver, and even Cody's, like, knife abilities, guys wall jump. Yeah, there we go. Doesn't really come into play much. 680. Stages are pretty nice looking. They're not too many, like, blandly empty, just like endlessly repeating tile sets. Just like the same stuff repeated over and over. But I think the game definitely suffers, like, I think, like I said, the whole, like, concept of a globe-trotting beat-em-up, I'm sure with the right framing, you can have that work and be satisfying and good and all that. But I think it's a little bit of an uphill battle, because I think it's easier to establish a kind of consistent setting if the characters are, like, physically traveling from, you know, point A to point B as seen by the player throughout the game. Oh, that's annoying. Better save that. I think it just kind of works on a subconscious level. It's not like you play this and you're like, oh, you know, ready. That it's unbelievable. You can't suspend your disbelief of them traveling to one place or another. But, like, I think there's just something that sort of happens with your level of investment, I suppose, in the characters and narrative when you kind of, you know, you just kind of get taken out of it just a little bit. Alright, so this guy has a totally limp Andre chest bump. Like, the bosses are so non-threatening. Like, it is a little weird to not get boss music, but that's at least faithful to Final Fight 1. Although, yeah, I don't know. I was gonna say something about the boss just kind of hanging around. There's no, like, boss sort of arena or anything. But I suppose that's not... Like, this is pretty similar. Yeah, he just is an Andre. Oh, bootleg Andre. This is pretty similar to the Eddie E fight. You know, it's just a little bit of a crowd. That's it. Yeah, like, the iframes are such a... That's a good death sound. Such a non-issue. Iframes as in the boss's iframes after, like, waking up. Well, there's a Tonfa, although it looks more like a nightstick. Oh, I probably could have hit the... Yeah. Oh, no. No wall jump there. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just got, like, stuck on it. I thought I couldn't go up because I was, like, getting stuck on the front of the car. Well, we still did it. Yeah, the enemies and bosses both like are just, yeah, they just feel off, like the off-brand, you know, versions. This is a nice looking background though. Landmines? Oh, my van. That's a good call. Can I get him to step on those things? Nice. Like, I can understand, I mean, the original Final Fight is fucking ruthless, and the Super Nintendo version is hard. I don't think it's strange, or let alone wrong, for them to want to make this game a little easier, to make it a little more, you know, broadly appealing. But I must say that I'm not the biggest fan of how they went about doing it, because it's like they tuned all of the knobs simultaneously. There's fewer enemies, they're less aggressive, they do less damage, they have less, like, cheap things going on. Even if all those things, like, on paper, make things less of a nuisance, it also kind of makes it so that it's a lot easier or more viable to sort of just go on autopilot a little bit. Not really care so much about how you're playing or what you're doing. Which isn't a great thing for, like, engagement. I think that's my kind of take on it so far. I think that's what it kind of comes down to. Also, I mean, comparing it to the arcade game of the original, the limited amounts of enemies absolutely contributes to this game feeling more bland as well, because you can't, like, you have a lot more limited tools to work with in terms of creating specific encounters that are sort of memorable, like specific waves and combinations of enemies. I mean, like, I appreciate stuff like this where we have 3 enemies on the screen, and it's not uncommon for it to be 3 different enemies. Because, you know, that obviously happens in the original. You know, you get a couple of Breads and Dougs, you get an Axel and Slash, and a Poison starts jumping in, and then there's an Elgato. Like, you need those combinations. Like, the worst sin I feel like a beat-em-up can commit is, like, always throwing one enemy type at you at a time. I mean, it can work. It's not like it's not a cardinal sin to do it, but it's a little bit of a cardinal sin to always do it. Because what you want is like an encounter that feels different from another encounter on account of, like, you have different enemies attacking you from different directions in different ways. And perhaps more importantly, you have to fight them differently. Like, you have to approach different types of enemies in different ways. Elevators, nice touch. And I don't think, like, this game doesn't really do that. Like, at this point, it kind of becomes cool to see these 3 at the same time, because we're only seeing them one at a time. And fighting them in a group, I feel like this is, like, one of the first memorable encounters in the game. But you have a lot, you know, you have a much bigger toolbox to do that kind of thing if you can have, you know, what was it someone said, that their record was seeing 11 enemies on screen in the arcade Final Fight. But even, as I said about the Mega CD version, even just going from 3 to 4 is like a tangible difference in what the developers have to work with. In terms of crafting encounters that feel meaningfully different. But it's hard for encounters to feel all that different when enemies are mostly passive enough that you don't really need to worry yourself too much about how you're fighting them. Like, it doesn't really matter if that's Alec or Andre. or Elijah or Mick. I like that we're transitioning between so many scenes. I don't like that the music doesn't change and that each scene looks so similar to the other with a very samey brown color scheme. Alright, mid-combo croissants, or whatever that was. Double Dragon 2 PCE. Yeah, I guess that it's like... It's funny, because I really do like that port, but yeah, it probably does do that, of, like, you don't really get the enemy variety. I think that has other things going for it, though. Not to say that I think it's amazing, but it's probably my favorite Double Dragon 2. We might be... Yeah, we're gonna get a extend any second here. We survive until we get the extend. Not that it makes any difference, but... Just trying to create my own fun here. Yeah, there we go. Well, we did get the extend before we died. Mission accomplished. Oh, nice. You would think that Monkey's combo ender would be like a liability, because she goes like just hangs in the air for so long. But she's got like full active frames on it, so... Eliza's jump is a little strange, but I think Eliza, aesthetically, visually, it's a cooler design. It's like a simple and clean, but cool-looking design compared to a lot of enemies. But she's also got a fighting style and ability. Like, those jumps, like... I'm sure most other enemies can do stuff, but I feel like in the most situations, enemies don't really get to do stuff before you hit them out of it. And Eliza's frequently kind of come on screen jumping. Like, I guess you want to not be close to Atlas and Joni, but it's not like they move around in such a way that you would naturally find it difficult to avoid getting in their range. I don't know. I like that there's more of these transitions. Alright, we got the sewer level. That's how inspired we're getting here. Whoa, that was an interesting visual glitch. It's the same song. Like, I complain about the first game not having enough songs, because there's like no new songs for the final stage, and some music gets repeated. But at least the first game has the sense to break things up by changing track mid-stage. Like even in Bay Area, where there are no actual screen transitions, once you get to the bathroom, you know, the visuals change and the music changes with it. Bratkin. Oh yeah, right. There he is. Like, what even is this? He was like in a cell. Is this like? Is he like a lieutenant in the Mad Gear organization, or just a local? Just a local character? Oh, I actually did get hit there. Alright, that's a good throw range. I'm actually seeing enemies do stuff. I like it. Ooh, okay. Alright, we got some Abigail going on here. Dude, okay. I was trying to do the Super Joy there, actually. But, like, why does every boss have the same, like, low walk speed? They walk into your combos without doing anything. And the same jump. I mean, I guess he does a little kick at the end of the jump. Oh, okay. He does have iframes, at least. Alright, we're losing lives here, which is like, it's a good thing. Like, it means that I have to actually start caring. Oh, too far to do the throw combo. Like, we reached a point where Joni and Atlas are actually a threat. I was hoping I would get to the throw, but the boss himself is, like, not particularly threatening. Okay, alright, that's good. He's got, like, more horizontal range on the kick. Approaching this guy very carefully. Or very uncarefully. Carelessly is the word. like in English. Yeah, it's like I have no fear in like just waiting for him to walk into me so I can start punching. Like, that's not really how the bosses work in Final Fight 1. Alright, we lost like 4 lives in this fight. Jump kicks do like 2 pixels. But that was like the first time... Okay, no more story. We're in England. Items? We picked up Guy. Was that a 1-up? I think it was. I wonder if the... Well, first of all, I guess I wonder if there's a difference between Joni and Atlas. Regardless, I wonder if there's a difference between the one who's like spawned in the boss fight. Either way, that was like the first time, and the only time so far I had to like... that I had to consider how I was approaching the fight. And like in the original, that's like, you have to do that constantly for the entire game. You know, you have the Cody Infinite and the Hagar like suplex loops. Like that's a go-to strat that you can use. But as far as positioning and like approaching enemies and whatnot, like, yeah, you have to be careful. But yeah, just judging from the fact that I'm clearly taking damage, I guess things are heating up a little bit, which is like about time in stage 4. Fucking Jerry Seinfeld going nuts on the slap bass. Not complaining, mind you. Ooh, there's a donut. Take that, thank you. R&B Circus, London. Oh, right, okay. Dude, I tried to throw. Yeah, I like the... Dude, I tried to do the super joint there. I like the, yeah, Mary and Eliza for sure are my favorites because they're the enemies who, like, most frequently use their distinct moves. Like every enemy I can kind of just fight whatever, or like approach however, and in sort of specific instances I have to be careful about, like I have to avoid this one move, or when they do this one thing I have to be careful about this. But those are the characters who can, like, most frequently and on the shortest notice sort of do the thing that makes me have to respect them. Which is when and why and how I have to, like, adapt the fight. There isn't a lot of, like, just fighting them and then, like, oh shit, they're starting to jump. But, like, I have to be aware of the jump at all times. I have to jump on? Alright, there we go. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely similarities, right, between Mary and Poison. Poison also does a bunch of jumping and flipping. But I think they feel similar yet different enough that it's like, you know, it's kind of reminiscent. But they still kind of have a fighting style and identity of their own. So I wonder... no need to spoil me, although I guess I don't really care either way, but we're probably going to find out. I wonder if this game has the same, like, continue system as Super Nintendo Final Fight 1. But yeah, I mean, I like that there's been some kind of pretty elaborate backgrounds. With, like, parallax scrolling and sort of set piece-like things, and we get, like, the transitions with the characters jumping off of platforms and going through doorways and stuff. Like, a lot of that stuff was cut out of Super Nintendo Final Fight 1, so it's nice to see it in here. But yeah, ultimately, I guess the combat... I mean, maybe Hagar is more fun with a shorter combo and more suplexes. That's very possible. I think Hagar and Cody are both really fun in one. But Guy, unfortunately, even though I think he looks cool, you know, he is kind of a more annoying Cody because his combo being longer makes him a liability. Because it's harder. You don't get to do the throw combo as quickly. With Hagar, like, you can just sort of loop it instantly. Oh, massive iframes on a throw there. That's a bit stiff. That'll do. Oh boy. Yeah, Alec seems to do some pretty chunky damage with the electric tuning forks. Wow. Let's not get up quickly. Yeah, there we go. I noticed that when I killed Joe before, he drops a bottle when you throw him, but he drops it when he lands, not when he gets thrown. So it's not nearly as dangerous. Only so many martial arts techniques. Mad gear. Yeah, see, like, these transitions are nice. And I like this part. I don't know if this looks like London, but... this train part has been pretty cool. Okay, now this is starting to look a little bit like a boss fight. It has, like, cheap moves that I have to worry about. Oop, and I also couldn't grab them? Although I can, like, punch him out of his combo, kind of. It doesn't look like it, but I sort of outrange him, I guess? Ooh, okay. He's got, like, a lot of iframes. You can probably plane shift him pretty well, though. He moves quickly. Okay, we're getting close to game over in here. Oh, fuck's sake. This is very unexciting music, though. Like, Final Fight 1, even when you don't get unique tracks, most music is a little more engaging than this. Oh, okay. He was dead. Didn't realize it. Also, like, as far as, again, like, the thematic consistency of, like, wandering through the game. Okay, I figured that would happen. Would have worked if I timed it correctly, but... that was a different chime. I wonder if I got to continue there. Oh, boy. Not even close. Not a lot of margins, and I gotta assume Maki's the fastest walker, too. Okay, Italy. Italy at noon. Yeah, like, the music is just very... snoozy. I don't know. Oh, yeah, like, it's not like there's a lot of presented context or, like, explanations of, you know, you drop into Sodom's, like, arena in Final Fight 1. That's a bit like, okay, whatever, I don't exactly understand, but you find yourself in a situation where you can at least, like, accept and understand why that dude is there, and it's pretty obvious that, like, all right, okay, we better fight this guy, you know? But here, it's like, well, we took a plane to France. We punched our way into the airport when suddenly an extremely buff army man busted through a you know, garage door, and we punched him out. And then it's like, okay, let's get the next flight to London. when in London, it's like, well, here's oh, this train is starting to move. Let's jump on this train. And a clown busts out through a wall. So I guess we're fighting this clown. Let's go to Italy. Like, both within the sort of macro scope of the game, like the game's story, but also within each stage. It doesn't feel as like consistent or cohesive, and sort of, it's not the like logic that I take issue with, but it's I don't know. Who hasn't had a day like that? London, man, am I right? Just get on a circus train and clowns bust down left and right. I don't know, it just makes the experience feel like it's a little bit all over the place. You don't need, like, an hour of lore to explain why you're on a boat or on a train or whatever, but it's just one of those things. I don't even know if I have a solution for what they should have done to make it not have that issue. But I feel like it is an issue that maybe, you know, I may very well be not pinpointing correctly what is leading to it. But I think there's something about that, about how the levels connect, what we're doing in each level, and who we're fighting and why. You know, it could be something as simple as the designs being... Like, obviously you fight Damned on stage 1 in Final Fight. It's the guy you saw in the intro, it's the guy you saw at the beginning of stage 1. You see him literally holding Jessica in his hand, taunting you, laughing. So when he shows up, you're more than ready to kick his ass. And once you do, it's like, well, Jessica's not around here. We scrolled all the way to the right to find this guy. Let's continue to the right. Here's the subway entrance. And what do you know? There's more gang members. Let's just keep going. It's obviously not, you know, complex. But there's nothing about it that happens that you would question the logic of. And I think subconsciously that, you know, it just works. But here it's I don't know. It's strange. I didn't even mean to do that. Joy, but bro, no. It's probably, it feels like there's like a delay on the Super Joy, but it's probably more to do with the having to play through the OBS window, so it's like lagging. Ah! I tried to grab her to throw, but it wasn't happening. So I'm a full 100k away from another extend, which seems unlikely to happen. We're probably gonna have to redo this stage. Unless there's like an immediate continue in this game, but I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, it feels fine from a technical standpoint. No noticeable slowdown, no noticeable, like, input eating. And like I said, I'm even not probably playing it on a very good kind of setup, the way this is worked out. But it still feels a lot better than the first game, that's for sure. Like, infinitely better. Like, so many of these enemies is just, like, happy to just stand around. They're not like, it's not like 2PJ who, like, dance around you. They're just, like, slow come at you. Even these running attacks, which obviously are, like, very similar to Bilbo and Wong Hu, they never seem to happen, okay, without much warning. And they never move that quickly. Oh, yeah, this is the worst. You're fighting three identical dudes, the same color, and the second you defeat one, another comes in to take his place. Like, oh, and it happens like, yeah, this is the worst. Like, when we're talking about a beat 'em up feeling tedious and repetitive, like, this is exactly what you're talking about. I don't know. I think these transitions are cool. How we see that you go from one place to the next. All right, lumber, probably not that much. But it feels so weird that we're even like here in the first place. It's so hard to react. Super Joy. Throwing it probably? Okay. Well, that's like the first time one of those is attacked, I feel like. Probably not, but it kind of feels that way. Okay, we're actually more than halfway, more than 2/3 to that second 100k. Okay, that was it. I thought maybe the boss would drop down, because we're on stage 4. Actually, is this stage 5? I would get the Rolento, but I guess this is the boss. Well, here's where Rolento is. Whoa! Good throw range. Oh, it feels like a boss. Punched him out of his jump kick. That didn't work. Alright, let's see how the continue works. Oh yeah, I get the water filling up. 6 credits, that seems like we would have had. Let's try Hagar. Wow, okay, you even continue. Wow, okay. Huh. Well, that's a lot easier. So they changed his backdrop. Into more of a Brainbuster, which is actually pretty cool. Weird that didn't. Not quite as satisfying Hagar grunts. But I like the way the Brainbuster looks. That's actually really cool. I should have seen that coming. Something about the pacing of the Brainbuster animation is just like... It's a little bit lacking compared to the backdrop in the first game, but... Oh, there's the grenades. They stuck around a little longer than I expected. Huh, we got the spinning pile driver in this game. He jumps way higher. It's a pretty puny grenade sound. I don't know, I feel like the pile driver in the first game is still way more satisfying. Like, adding the Zangief, like, spinning animation doesn't make it feel any cooler. He's, like, still, like, I don't know, floaty. Okay, alright. Alright. Go back to Japan. They were shocked by what Rolento had to say. He was like, well, what the fuck are you fucking around over here for? Let's go to Japan. So this entire game was literally pointless. I guess it was like doing the world tour to learn from the penultimate boss that we should have just started. Like, we shouldn't ever have left Japan. That's a bit silly. I feel like it adds to the weirdness of the whole globe-trotting aspect. Well, the damage on the pile driver is very strange in the first game because it's like relative to the opponent's health. The more health the opponent has, the more damage it does. I don't know if that's the case in this game. I would guess probably not. I would fully expect this game to tone down a lot of those kind of eccentricities of the original game. To a degree, I think even the Super Nintendo version of 1 already does. Like Hagar's random carry time, like, it seems like it's less of a thing in the Super Nintendo game. I don't know that for a fact, but I kind of felt that way. And here, definitely, it seems quite generous. Trying to see if he did less. I wonder if he just had a higher defense or something. But yeah, overall, just looking at the life bar and how much stuff takes off, it definitely seems like you do less damage in this game. Like, you do a jump kick and it takes off like 2 pixels. Usually. Well, I guess maybe Hagar's jump kick takes off more. Or maybe it's random, I don't know. Definitely not as easy to just do, like, there's more recovery on the Brainbuster compared to the suplex in the first game. So, see, you can, like, carry through a little bit of iframe there, but there's definitely a gap where you're vulnerable in a way that was not the case in the first game. Yeah, see, like that. Wait, who hit me there? I feel like you jump too high. He does get more range on his throw. But it's definitely not as satisfying as in the first game. It's a little bit silly, but I don't dislike Hagar's design. This entire game is more, for better or for worse, like the character design and stuff, it is a little more... It reminds me of, like, when you get the second wave of action figures. You get, like, Battle Armor He-Man, you get, like, the... whatever... football player Michelangelo, you get the, you know, Arctic Commando Snake Eyes or some shit, like Silver Batman. You know what I'm talking about. Like, this is just like the second version of Hagar, where they added more greebles and doodads and armor pieces in a way that doesn't necessarily... Well, I don't know if I should say it doesn't make sense, but it's like... There's no specific justification for it within the fiction, other than, like, you know, well, we can't just put the exact same sprites in the game. So let's draw some fingerless gloves, and redraw some funky boots. Well, like I said, I don't dislike it. I mean, I think I like his design in this game more than in the third game. This design feels in line with his burning eyes of rage. Oh, there's an extend. Good, I was thinking, like, well... From here on out, whenever I'm on low lives, I'm gonna try to make it my goal to, like, make it to the next transition. So I don't have to redo the entire section. Oh, it's kind of weird that missed. If my Brainbuster didn't hit Andre. So the game tries to add a little bit of personality to the stages by having, like, the layouts, like the paths you take and how you travel through them be a little different. I think that's welcome, but it kind of only does so much at the same time. Can you, like, not... I don't know, I'm struggling to use the combo throw as a counter to Atlas's blocking. Like, to the point where I'm not even sure it's a thing you can do. I mean, not that it's a problem inherently, that the strategy is not the same between the games. It's just, like, a little surprising. No, like, super max range vacuum suplex, unfortunately. That's, like, the most satisfying thing in the first game. Like, you have to be, not point blank, but pretty close. Yeah, that strat just doesn't work in this game. That's unfortunate, because that's, like, the funnest part about using That's scary. Is this last stage? That would seem likely, yes. Alright, game over. So this might be a little tricky. Well, we'll see. Let's try Carlos. Yeah, it's got this weird stance. Like, it's kind of weird, like, Carlos and Maki both feel like Guy, but he's got, like, the Cody length combo, so... pretty good long-range jabs. It's definitely like the weird looking, like it's kind of funny. Like Dean has the same vibe in third game where he's like, he just looks a little weird. He just shows up with not a lot of explanation. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you can combo. Well, okay, kind of. He probably wasn't blocking though. Like it doesn't. It's not a blocking counter strategy. But maybe the final hit of the combo will just always defeat their block. It kind of seemed like that was the case before. Carlos does seem to have an easier time combo throwing at range. I don't know. He's got faster jabs than Anger, of course. Yeah, it doesn't feel good to be like vulnerable at the end of a throw like that, but that just means I gotta be more careful. It means, I guess, that we may have to go full Paprium and just do jump kicks, which sucks ass because it's like the most boring thing. Oh, I was trying to throw him. But yeah, like enemies take a little long to kill. Like, look at... Well, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, but like... You see how much damage I've taken? I feel like whenever you do a jump kick, you deal, like, half of that. It's like the lowest damage move. And, like, sure, jump kicks aren't usually big damage moves. Sometimes it feels like they're doing even less than they probably should. I don't know. You find that a lot. Like, enemies just survive with 2 pixels of health. I feel like I've experienced far worse, like games that have far worse tedium than this, but it's definitely setting in a little bit where it's just, I don't know. I could see the game being at least a little more engaging on higher difficulty, where you're having to take into account how enemies fight, you know, before like the last 2 stages of the game. But probably wouldn't be enough. Like, even then, I don't think it would play quite like the original. Do you have an infinite? That's a good question. Probably. Looks really janky. We'll see if we get an opportunity to try it. That's a good call. If I'm playing a character that has one, I'll probably use it. Yeah, I was scared of her jumping. Rightfully so, it appears. His down jump attack looks a little funny. Oh my god, okay, his back jump doesn't seem that fast, but whatever. Let's just make it to a transition so we don't get 0 progress on this credit. Yeah, that really does hurt. And I like how this works out. Like, I think Alec is a boring, kind of annoying character to fight on its own. But when his like purpose is there to interrupt you with a high damage, like normally easy to avoid thing. Oh my god. But he'll interrupt whatever you were doing to hit you with it. That works better. Fucked it up. So here's another interesting thing. Pacing of that infinite doesn't seem to change when you're hitting multiple enemies. See, that still didn't kill him. Definitely in like in the Super Nintendo Final Fight 1, the pacing seemed to change more drastically. But yeah, it's interesting and weird and kind of frustrating. The throwing feels like such a liability just in general in this game. Because you'd leave yourself weirdly vulnerable, it seems like. Which is a little like antithetical to how throws tend to work in beat 'em ups. Like, of course, in Final Fight with Hagar's like suplex loops, it's like a little extreme almost. How much invincibility you get and how you can use it. But it still, to me, doesn't quite feel right when you get like punished for having used a throw. You sort of get hit right as you get out of it. Yeah, I was definitely having a rough time there, game overing right as I did. But yeah, it kind of seems like that move, the final hit of the combo, will always hit them. All right, you just gotta approach these guys vertically, and it's mostly fine. If you hit him with the combo, that works too, of course. They've got good range, but not as good as me. Looks like they still kind of do take chip damage. Oh, see, I need it to be more vertical. Almost hit his like active frames there. Ah, I didn't get the grab. Looks like the throw has like a good Z-axis hitbox. Like I'm throwing and I'm knocking the other dudes down even when they're kind of standing a bit behind. Dude, I'm not even like hearing the music. I'm like totally zoned out. But yeah, it's like this sounds like an options menu theme or something. Doesn't sound like final stage action music. It's close. Full jams? Yeah, not jams. Alright, more to the range. There reaches a point where there's like a little bit of tension. It's like not a lot of it, and it took a while to get here. Like, I feel like my biggest enemy in this game is my patience. I spent a lot of time like knocking dudes off screen, so you have to wait for them to come back. And they kind of hug the screen for a while, so you like it makes you want to rush into them. And they start doing attacks like that from off screen. Some transition. It's not dead. Ah! See, I was trying to move away so that I could get ready to like jump kick her. But then Atlas got me with the long range punch instead. I shouldn't have engaged with him probably. Oh, I didn't see where he was coming. Oh! Thought I'd be able to go above him, but no. Like dialogue music, yeah, it just does not sound like punching dudes music. If you ask me. I tried to infinite, but I was so like deeply embedded in their sprites that even when I turned right, I still hit them. Okay, we hit a transition at least. Going upstairs. New music. Well, different music. Maybe not new. Is this the boss? Well, not yet. Oh, I literally just froze there. It's like, should I neutral jump or something? And then before I did, I just got hit. I'll blame my lack of sleep. Hitbox on that is fucked. I don't know, it's weird. You can hit him out of it, but I guess it's maybe Carlos's hurt box on his weird down punch. Yeah, the way you can deal with crowds... It's not necessarily that it's bad because it's not identical to the first game. But it's similar enough that when it doesn't behave... Like, when it starts behaving in a different way, it feels a little off. Oh, extend. Question is there a transition? Well, probably the... I believe this is the final stage, so I would expect... the final boss, at least. I mean... I would expect the final boss to have a little more of a unique scene. But if that is the case, that doesn't necessarily... I mean, that doesn't preclude that scene happening at the end of a hallway. I mean, that's what happens in the first game. Kind of whack that he's got, like, the very long startup on his Super Joy. I assume he's still invincible. But it's a little weird. Ah, I fucked it up. Like, yeah, the Daps is still a little damage. Alright. Oh. That was weird. I think the block... Yeah, there's like a different hit stopper. Like when I'm hitting... Like when I'm doing the infinite on multiple people at once, it's not that the timing is not affected at all, but it's just not affected as severely as when you do it on multiple enemies in the first game. Oh. But if you punch enemies, but also get your punches blocked by one of these guys at the same time, like if the same punch hits an enemy and gets blocked by this guy, like the hit stop feels different. Why did I pick that up mid-combo? That's so weird. This looks like we're gonna break through the wall or something. Armor looks kind of conspicuous, but... Active frames? Alright, sure. Stuff like that probably couldn't happen. I mean, the fact that I'm out-walking Andre's chest bump so easily in this game, that's more weird than them actually hitting me with it, so... I've just gotten accustomed to it, like, being so inefficient that when I get hit by it, it's like, oh shit, catches me off guard. Throw. Like, this is what most fights look like. Like, you've spent so much time fighting at the very edge of the screen. The enemy's not visible. I'm not sure if it's, like, with how far you knock them away, how fast you walk, the game allowing them to be knocked out further off of the screen. Like, I'm really not sure why it is, but I feel like it's much more of a thing than in the first game. Yes, okay, transition, nice. Yep, figured. Remember he was pissed he didn't use his sword? Makes sense. Oh yeah, Retu. It's like a big elaborate sprite, but... Oh, dude, should have infinited. Oh, of course he jumps. It's a Final Fight 2 boss. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's got the infinite prevention tech. I mean, at least this is a decent song. I'm actually not sure if it's probably not infinite prevention tech. It's probably just that he's jumped. Like, I left a gap large enough for him to jump. It's a bit lame for even the final boss to not have any minions, isn't it? Not very cool. Yeah, he's like jumping out. You probably can infinite him, it's just a bit finicky. Ratsu for Street Fighter V. I mean, you kill them all, yeah. I guess so. You sort of joke, but I mean, for sure, I don't think Abigail was a very memorable character from the first game, and I think he's definitely a memorable character in Street Fighter V. I think they would sooner bring back Carlos than this guy. They would and probably should sooner bring back Carlos than this guy, but... Ah, fucked it up, but... That's just crazy, but it's like not that hard to just walk away from. I was too close to get the infinite there, because I would have hit him even if I turned around. It's got a little bit of that Belger where it's like, it's easy to hit him in midair. I looked away for a split second because I got confused. This is like standing there. Like, everyone is so weirdly passive in this game. Well, I got closer to beating him on that credit than I expected. I'm actually going to go Carlos because I think he's got the easiest infinite, probably. And maybe Hagar, like, can deal more damage with throws or something, but it didn't necessarily seem like... Wow. Okay, I'm just getting destroyed now, of course. Ah! Missed the turning around. Him punching you is, like, almost the best thing that can happen, because it, like, guarantees you an opening to land the infinite. It's, like, kind of fucked if you think about it. Wow. Slow down. Or, not slow down, I don't know. Something with the speed seemed inconsistent there. Yeah, I much prefer this... how the continues work here. Yeah, I'd like second guess which direction I should dodge there. Yeah, but like, what a bland boss fight. Ah, didn't get the combo, or turn around. I didn't get the combo, but it was not what I was looking for. Like, I think if this was just like a boss in this game, I think it would be like sufficiently memorable. You know, I could put this guy on the same level as someone like Sodom or Eddie E. In terms of like, yeah, he's just one guy that's like, maybe not this fight specifically, but this character. But as like the final showdown, the character both, like the character and the actual fight itself both. I will say one thing, getting up quick in this game is a lot easier than in the Port of 1. Fuck that up, but... Okay, that was pretty cool. He's like, ugh. Weird pose. Mom, sister. Ugh. Alright. Are we gonna get more ending throughout the credits, or is that all we get on normal? We had more credits, so I mean, I definitely think we could have, or at least if I played now, I would definitely feel pretty confident about beating it on hard. I'm curious to see what Expert is like, but I don't know that I have it in me to play it one more time to get the real ending. So will the game hint at there being more? Yeah, okay, it does. In its own roundabout way, it is telling me to play on higher difficulty. Which is what this message means. It's a bit like... It's a bit shitty though, because I think... I like the idea of incentivizing multiple playthroughs, incentivizing challenging yourself to a higher difficulty, or that kind of thing. But for that to work, for that like invitation to feel effective, I think the game needs to be a little more engaging than this. Hagar, age 50. Like his hobby being a mayor. Favorite food, hamburg steak, curry rice. And then we get the story afterwards that I didn't have time to read. Yeah, I won't go through the full game, and I don't really... I guess we could, but I'm not like super... actually, you know what? I was going to say, we could look up the endings. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do that actually, but you know, I can bring up a YouTube like window, and I can see if I can just Google or YouTube search whatever Final Fight 2 ending, final boss plus expert ending. Sure, and I'll just let me just... Oh, alright, this is a fucking Eagle Engine gameplay. Let's try to avoid that. So this is going to be the English ones, I'm sure.
Time to check on Lord Schlocky playthroughs to find the truth.
Lord Schlocky. Yeah, I'm trying to see here. Well, I guess we might find a Lord Schlocky playthrough, but I'm searching for the ending one specifically. Thank you very much for those smoky bits. But yeah, I'm curious if I'm sure there are differences, but we have a video here. Let me see if I used to... Yeah, I might have some kind of situation here for wrapping it. Give me a sec. We'll make this work. All right, I have a video ready, but let's just check out expert mode first real quick, just to get a sense for how different it might feel. It might be easier to play expert mode if we go to the options and enable it before I press game start. Let's try again. Alright, just walking to Hong Kong. Curious like how long it's gonna take for it to feel notably different. I mean, I took a hit, but it did 2 pixels of damage, which, I mean, I guess that's a rank thing. You're gonna deal at least a bit more damage later on. Although, I don't know if these guys ever really started dealing much damage. It's Chun-Li, of course. That's like the highlight of the game. It's just downhill from here. This is a weird game to talk about, though, because it's like, it's clearly not a terrible game by any stretch. I mean, I would say this is still probably above average for a Super Nintendo beat-em-up. It's like, entirely competent. But it's missing something. Like, I wonder, just on a purely hypothetical level, like, what would it take? Like, if you imagine not, like, maybe redoing the entire, like, game design or, like, coming up with a different setting or theme. Like, let's think of it in like, broadly, let's call it ROM hack terms. Like, what could you do to tweak the game? Because I truthfully believe that, like, it would take more than that to make it, like, a masterpiece or whatever. But it feels like what is making this game feel less than stellar is because there aren't any, like... I mean, you look at Super Nintendo Final Fight 1. It's glaringly obvious that the slowdown is a big issue, that the dropped inputs are a big issue, that the missing content is highly unfortunate. And Final Fight Guy, I think, proved that by addressing the most egregious of those technical issues, it becomes a lot more playable and fun, even. So that's an example of a game where it's like, there are very tangible issues with it. Because otherwise, I mean, especially compared to the computer ports, but just in general, the gameplay of that port isn't bad. Like, it feels like the enemy behavior, the combat mechanics, the player abilities, like, all of that is largely there from the arcade. Now, of course, there's a lot of the game that doesn't, like, transfer or translate properly without the crowds. But I think, you know, the fun I had with Final Fight Guy proved to me that the technical issues are what make Super Nintendo Final Fight not fun to play. The other stuff, like the bad music and missing content, still make it an underwhelming subpar port, but Final Fight Guy, still being subpar in those ways, is at least fun to play, unlike the original release. And this isn't as fun to play. But obviously, it doesn't have those technical issues either. So what is it then? Like, and I think it is down to things that are subtle enough, to some degree, down like the way the combat feels and the way that the pacing and the intensity of the combat and stuff. Like, I think there are a lot of subtle, minor things there that you could probably improve the game by adjusting. I do think that the music being kind of like, a lot of the sort of blandness comes from things beyond the combat mechanics. I think maybe you could redraw certain enemies to look better, and it would feel more appealing. I don't know if you could, like, do anything about the premise of the game and the setting and the locations to make it feel more engaging. Probably not. But let's say you replace the music with something more exciting. Add like a boss theme for each boss, or at least more exciting boss fighting music. Yeah, the AI, like, for sure, like, the way the combat works, and when I say combat, I mean, like, the interplay between you and the opponents. So, AI, yes, like, the behavior, how they're fighting, but also the design of the enemy, like, where you put enemy spawns. Like, most enemies, almost every enemy in the game, I feel like, walk onto the screen. Like, in the original game, you have both Bilbo's and Andre's running towards you. You have the Andre family reunion fight, where they drop in from the ceiling, and just the introduction to that fight, like, makes that very memorable. You have rooms that have, like, physically a different shape. You have the narrow belt on the rooftop in the final stage. You have barrels coming hurling towards you. Even when enemies just spawn walking onto the screen, the enemies walk so differently. They move so differently from one another. And that's not really the case here. Look at these guys. Like, there's no real difference in how they're moving. And in the original game, you have, you know, Poison moves in one way. 2P and J are, like, probably the most notable because they move around so fast and they sort of dance around your max range. But Axel and Slash, like, maybe not. It's maybe not that every single enemy type has an extremely distinctive set or, like, way of moving, but there's something distinctive about it, and most enemy types have something highly distinctive about their movement. Which is, like, completely not the case at all in this game. Gameplay's too similar? I don't know, like, if this played like Final Fight 1, I think if the player abilities were the same, if combo throwing with Hagar worked the same way, for example, in terms of, like, how you actually use it as a strategy, that is so fun to do. So, getting to do that on a different set of enemies with different patterns, different behaviors, in different locations, in different, you know, designed encounters with different groups of enemies, that sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds like something I would love to play. But that isn't really what this is, because it doesn't really play the same way in those, like, finer details. I think... I don't know. I guess it's completely fair to say that this game doesn't exactly scream ambition. I mean, it does compare to Super Nintendo Final Fight 1, but as, like, the fully fledged sequel to that first game. The only thing that this really does to kind of expand on the first game is, like, the geographical scope of traveling around the world, which is such a kind of meaningless addition, because it like, you know, it comes with its own set of issues. But it's, like, the problem is that it's just kind of a weaker version of the first game. But it is fascinating, again, because there's such, there isn't such a strong, obvious issue to point towards and say, look at how bad this makes the game. It's just like a, you know, death by 1,000 cuts or whatever. Like, it's just like all these little things that I guess add up somehow. I mean, I think the big thing, if you were to summarize it in a way that isn't necessarily helpful for analysis, but like, the combat just isn't as engaging. The game isn't as intense. And it would be interesting to see, like, like, you know, playing on expert, I guess enemies are a little more aggressive. I guess they're a little more dangerous. I'm getting punched every now and then. I barely got punched in the first 2 stages. Like the 3rd boss was the first time I had to care about anything. And that doesn't seem to change here. And I think, you know, they don't really put in a lot more, like, that's still like the 1st or 2nd Eliza in the game. I don't feel, you know, and I don't know that it's because expert doesn't add enemies or because the enemy waves are so indistinct from one another. But I couldn't tell you that this is expert other than like looking at my life bar and noticing that I'm taking damage. There's nothing about how the fight is progressing that makes me feel necessarily like that we're fighting more enemies or that they're more aggressive. But even when they are, like, they maybe deal more damage, they maybe kind of go actively into trying to attack me. But the way they do so is, to a large degree, still, you know, still the same. They're still attacking me in the same kind of uninteresting way. But again, if we were to think of this as some sort of hypothetical ROM hacking terms, maybe redesigning enemy behavior would be a bit of a stretch. I'm sure it's not impossible. But like, yeah, take Shot, for example. I have no idea what the difference is between Shot and these guys. Is there a difference? I don't know. Like, Shot looks like 2P and J, right? If you compare 2P and J to Bread and Doug and Jake, or whatever, there's a 4th guy, right? I forget. There's a very distinct and obvious difference. But in this game, we just get 2 generic dudes who do nothing. And I mean, it's okay to have at least one enemy type who's kind of like that. I mean, you want fodder enemies, right? It's kind of weird that there's, like, you know, between all the head swaps, there's like 6 varieties. If we're gonna have Shot and what's the other guy, Mick, like, as actual unique enemies, visually, you know, then make them unique mechanically as well. Thank you, MEK, for your bite tax. I guess we just reached the 50% mark of another versus fighting game viewers choice stream. Should be fun. More fun than this. I don't know. I guess I don't need to play this more, but yeah, like, I'm sure I'm theoretically struggling more. But it like, I don't know. I feel like if I'm playing Streets of Rage, for example, pretty much any of them, if I ever were to, like, switch from normal to hard or whatever, like, I feel like there would be a very tangible level of a tangible difference in the level of difficulty, and like you have bigger waves and more enemies and stuff. But here it's like, it's weird that it's so, wow, using this is like slower than it hitting them with a 2x4. Alright, whatever. Let this disappear immediately. But yeah, I think that's like the key, like making enemies more distinct, forcing the player to acknowledge the enemy's behavior in their own, like, strategy, composing different encounters with more specifically thought out combinations of enemies, like the rates at which enemies spawn, the flow of enemies, and like we have these transitions from area to area, but we still get this like steady stream of enemies, and you spend 95% of this game fighting 3 enemies at a time. Like, sure, it's not really technically capable of putting more enemies on screen than that, and that's a limitation that's there. It's not a lot you can do about that, maybe. Other than, you know, let's say a one-player mode. Maybe that, if you could hack that, that would be incredible. Like, let's say you do like an alternate mode for like when you play one player, because you don't have to worry about the second human player, like change it so that you can put 4 enemies on screen and design the game around that. I think that would give you so much more room for designing encounters that feel different. Not only can you put 4 enemies together to create a lot more different combinations, you would also have room for like not making use of that full capability. So you have, you know, you fight 2 Andres, or you fight 4 Elizas. Because I mean, if you look at the original game, there are rooms where you fight, like the bathroom, where you fight like 6 or 8 Slashes and Axles. Like the game can put a lot of enemies on screen, but the game doesn't need to, you know, put the maximum number of enemies on screen at all times. This game kind of does need that because that max is so low. So having the ability to put more characters than that on screen would certainly create room for encounters that feel more different from one another. But also, you know, even, and again, this is not really within the scope of a hypothetical ROM hack, probably. But let's say, coming up with different ways for enemies to enter the fight, like have them spawn in different ways. We get a few of these generic thugs sitting on the floor. That's great. I would love to see more of that. Like, you know, something simple like Eliza's jumping onto the screen from off screen, like not just walking, but jumping in with her jump attack, or jumping down from some ledge in the background or something. Like, I might as well take this. I can't save it, but see, you get this, and that's great. But this is like there's like 2 or 3 spots in the game where enemies spawn in any kind of different way. Like have dudes jump out of the water in the Venice stage. Like fucking anything. Alright, there's this expert difficulty boss. You cover so much ground with the fucking pile driver. Horse is gonna jump on me. You don't really have to be afraid. That's me putting myself in a bad spot. Not to dismiss that he is fighting back more than he did before, but it's still kind of a marginal difference. And I am being pretty sloppy. But yeah, with the carrying time not being like random like in the first game, you're not really afraid. See, I can like carry enemies around, waiting for an opening to suplex. Jumps are so slow, it makes them a lot more trivial to avoid. He does seem to have more health. He has a lot of health. So that's at least a noticeable difference. Jabs do like 1 pixel. Yeah, look at that. The pile driver did like 3 pixels. But that doesn't make it harder. It just makes it more tedious. I mean, it makes it harder to get through the entire game, of course, on account of, like, just your lives won't last you as long, but it's not an interesting increase in challenge, I guess. But yeah, I think, like, you know, the question of what happened with the Final Fight series happened, it's interesting. But I think what EV Jallion is saying, I think that makes sense. It sounds plausible to me. Like as soon as Final Fight kind of came out, like they were like Capcom went like not only did basically the people who made Final Fight did Street Fighter 2. But also, like, what, Captain Commando was 1990, I think? And King of Dragons and Knights of the Round? I think we're all, like, those were both, like, 91 as well, I think. So they've started doing a lot more beat-em-ups. Or was there some other... Because I know that King of Dragons was early. I think Knights of the Round was also in that kind of second wave after Final Fight. I do know that Akiman worked on Captain Commando, but I'm not entirely sure on the exact timeline of development of like that and Street Fighter 2. But yeah, I think it makes sense that those people like creatively were like, because it's funny to think at the time, but like Capcom, especially in the arcade. Not that they never did sequels, but they weren't necessarily, and I think that's true for the arcade industry in general, like sequels weren't like a huge thing. I feel like most games, like most companies were focused on putting out just new experiences, new games. And sometimes you would get stuff that was building off of a previous game, but it wasn't necessarily a direct sequel. I'm just, I don't know, like trying to even think of any noteworthy, like I guess there was, like 1942 had sequels. Makaimura had sequels. Well, it had one sequel in the arcades. So, and I think sequels were actually probably more common on consoles. I mean, with Capcom, they had definitely started doing a couple of Mega Man sequels at that point. There had been a couple of Dragon Quests, which were like the most popular games on Famicom in Japan. So, I mean, I think all those things combined make it make sense that, you know, the console division, and like you said, yours, like maybe Nintendo were involved somehow, like in influencing that happening or something. Who knows? Anyway, I think we've spent more than enough time on this game. Let us let's turn it off. And let us take a look here at let's do that. Let's take a look at this expert ending. And we have, I think. Okay, let me fix this capture. I guess it's... I need a different capture type. Of course, whatever. What's going on? Oh, okay, give me a sec. Okay, there we go. It's working, I guess. Fucking music. I guess Retsu, like, a little less obviously than Belger, but it does the same thing of hanging out in the right screen. I don't know, I got the video just searching. I don't know who put it up. Daddy, Reina, Maki, I'm so happy to see you. What's about, yeah. No shit, we have to fucking travel around the world. When my daughter Jessica was kidnapped, Guy helped me to find her. Now I have repaid that debt and crushed the Mad Gear. Thank you for saving me and my father. I want to tell Guy all about this, but unfortunately he is still in training. Oh, Guy. Alright, okay. Not the most exciting ending. Like, the plot is such a lame retread. I mean, it's not like the plot of Final Fight is, like, exciting or special. It's just a vehicle for delivering the action. But if you're making a direct sequel, I think that kind of does put the onus on you, like, as a storyteller, to justify that. And it doesn't have to be a complex story, but it's weird that it's, like, so identical. Don't know how I'm going to thank all your friends. Wait, what is it? I'll start by thanking you. Please finish your training soon, so that you can be together. I'll always love you. Love, Rena. Thanks, my friends. I owe you one. Don't worry, Rena. I'll be home soon. And, I don't know. Still not a super exciting ending. You are a super player. Well, I guess I can't take credit for that. There you have it. Final Fight 2. Let's shut that down. Let's not think of that again. I don't know. It's just... It's underwhelming and it's disappointing because it really feels like it could be so much better. It will be interesting to see what the third game is like. Haven't played that in super long, and I know I've heard several people like actually give it pretty high praise. We've been going for over 3 hours already for one game. Okay, we did do the lore hour, but even so, we're keeping terrible pace here. So
Superb.
We'll see how this evening is gonna go. Yukang 1995, thank you very much for that follow. I replayed on expert to find out Guy's training, even though it said it in the intro. Yeah, pretty much, right? I'm gonna take a break. I will be back in a little bit with more Final Fight action. See you guys shortly.
superb.
All right, Pipes Franco, what's up? Thank you very much for that follow. Welcome, welcome. I've returned. I'm going to trade my actual Super Famicom controller for my fake USB Super Famicom controller to get ready to continue our journey with some different means. Probably shut this off. Give me a sec to set up a little bit here. Guy gets his own 3-game story arc in the console games. Yeah, I guess so. Hang on. Okay. So, next up, we just finished Final Fight 2. The next game is not Final Fight 3, but rather Mighty Final Fight. Mighty Final Fight came out 1 month after Final Fight 2 in Japan, 1993, June 1993, making it a fairly late Famicom game, and probably even more of a late NES game. It never came out in PAL regions altogether. It's definitely not a direct port by any means of any previous Final Fight. It's kind of a retelling of sorts of the original game, but it plays quite differently. It's a little bit like Double Dragon 1 on the NES with its added like RPG elements and stuff. I played this game before. I cannot remember if I actually beaten it, but it's been a very long time since I played it. Let's get the game going, shall we? Let me figure this shit out. Let's see here, and let's add another folder here. Yes. And we're going to be playing the Japanese version of this, because I believe there are some changes in some stuff missing. If I'm not mistaken. Can we get the... there we go. And I will... we'll just let this play out as I make some updates here. This will be game number 15 in our series retrospective. Let me check my spreadsheet here to make sure we're... Sounds about right. Mighty Final Fight. Of course, we got some different info here. This is on the Famicom, and this was released in 1993. It does have its own cover art, though, of course, so let's set that up. Quality, ugly-ass American NES cover, and the sick original Famicom box art. Like, it makes sense. I mean, that's a weird thing. Like, whenever console or like game release dates come up, like, it's weirdly frequent for people to express like that a game being released on a console after the console's like successor has come out, that it's like automatically like a late release, or like it's a weirdly late release. But that shit has like literally always happened with every console transition. Like there are a few consoles where it was like a more of a clean break. Like there weren't many Saturn releases after the Dreamcast came out. And there weren't, like in some regions, like in North America, and even in Japan, there weren't a lot of Master System games once the Mega Drive came out. It wasn't like a complete, you know, but there wasn't, they didn't have a lot of like overlap. The N64 and GameCube, I think, is similar. Like they're really, I don't think there were a lot of N64 games in like 2002 or 2003. Probably some, but not many. But the Famicom, of course, was like such a massively, astronomically popular system in North America and Japan, and you know, it wasn't not popular here for sure, that it makes sense to develop games for the larger install base. And you know, a lot of really big popular games came out after the Super Nintendo had released, and it's the same thing with like you know, PS1 games coming out after the PS2 release, PS2 games after the PS3, etc. It's like not a weird thing. But having said that, 1993 is definitely at the very tail end of the NES and Famicom's lifespan. I believe Wario's Woods, right, is like the final the final release for North America in 1994, which I believe has the distinction of being the only, it might not be the only, but one of at least very, very few NES games to have an ESRB rating on the box. And I want to say that the final Famicom release was Adventure Island 4. I know that was a late one. And if I'm not mistaken, that game came out after or around the same time as the PlayStation launched in Japan, which would have been in early December 1994. PS2 last game. Yeah, I mean, once you get further, or like more into the modern era, you have things like Just Dance and like EA Sports titles, keeping a system alive, you know, by that definition for years and years and years. But even if you talk about like reasonably big titles, or, you know, not even big titles, but like a kind of steady stream of titles and not just like the one or two yearly series that keeps coming out, you might be surprised at how long. Like for PS2 and PS1, you get like that thing where Sony in the West were like incredibly protective of what was being released on the system, but that like restrictiveness being more and more lax as time went on. So you have a lot of, like in PAL regions, you get like Midas Interactive and Phoenix Games and 505 Game Street and all these like budget publishers putting out tons and tons of games. Some of them being like localized simple series games, others being just like super low budget, fucking public domain character based games and stuff. So you get a lot of those releases, like PS1 games in the early 2000s and stuff. So, but even then, like you might have like reasonably big titles too coming out, at least within the first year, for sure, of like a new big console. Like even first party stuff, like God of War 2 came out in like the spring of 07. Like, but even that, I guess that was only like 6 months after the PS3 launched, so it's like kind of barely counts. But even then, you see people say that like it's weird for something to come out like after the next console, but not really. Oh yeah, let me fix the aspect ratio. That looks more correct. I don't think the controls are set up, so let's do that. In this. Honey? Jessica saw it? Alright, so Jessica's been kidnapped. It's all hiragana, so I can barely fucking read it. It's Mad Gear. They're taking Jessica. I think we all roughly know what's going on here, right? Oh yeah, I mean, that, of course, Sanuj, like, that's not taking bootleg stuff into account for sure. Like, you would get Famicom stuff well into and probably past the 90s. Longest official living console, PS2 or Wii? Well, I was gonna say, like, you had stuff like, you know, the Neo Geo had its first release in, what, 1990? And the final release in 2004? 2003 or 2004, so that's a good 14-year run. I was gonna say something about the Master System in Brazil, but I guess that came out, like, it probably didn't launch until, like, 87, and it definitely had games coming out for it, probably a decade after that, but I'm not sure, and, I'm not sure how steady the stream was of new Master System and Mega Drive games. Because Mega Drive and Master System both are like Brazil is a very special case, but even so, I'm not sure like how far you have to stretch the definitions to make it a longer time span than that. But yeah, I would say a lot of those consoles, you know, when you have those occasional stragglers, you're probably reaching somewhere between 10 and 15 years for a few of them. Anyway, I think we're ready to go. We're still got a lot of games to get through. Select player. I mean, I guess we probably go Hagar, right? Slum, Haber Town. Alright. Looks really good, doesn't it? It's got a different combo. Dude, that's a pretty satisfying pile driver. Suplex a little funny, but it works. The art in this game is so fucking good. Oh yeah, there's like a new enemy in this game. I forgot about that. Lento. His jump attack is like a butt slam. So is this like fake Axel? Because it was blocking, and then he did a kick. You guys are gonna have to help me out a little bit here, paying attention to the experience points. And let me know if there's like an appreciable difference in points from what I'm doing. It's starting to look here like you only get points for actually defeating enemies though, so probably not. For NES beat 'em up, the game feels pretty, like, the game manages to feel surprisingly like Final Fight. Let's see if we can do a combo throw. Is that a thing in this game? It sure is. That's pretty sick. Obviously, not quite useful in the same way, with even less crowds than on the Super Nintendo, but unlike that game, this game, of course, does more to distinguish itself mechanically to kind of justify it not being able to recreate the proper arcade Final Fight experience. Fucking Jay. Alright. I like that the levels are different. You know, it's kind of the same story-ish. We're kind of in the slum here, but it's quite different. Trying to pick up the hammer. That's pretty cool. New weapon, or like a mallet, rather. Yeah, we're going upstairs instead of underground. That's a nice touch, isn't it? Big ass pile drivers. Oh, cutscene. Hey! There's Dan. Oh shit! But it's still down here. Ah, omae wa sakki no Jiggehそうだ。俺がJiggehそうだ。
Origa yume na damno.
Like he's Agar's like, hey, it's you from before. And he's like,
That's right, I'm the famous damned.
what? どうだ? 参ったか. Yes, okay. そうだろう. 俺は偉大なんだ。ところで、お前はなかなか見どころがありそうだな。I'm not sure what it means.
どうだ、俺の部下になるか?
So, you want to be my underling? I most certainly do not.
何?
俺が頭下げたのに。Even though whatever. He's like, he can't believe I won't work for him. But of course we'd never do such a thing. So now we have to fight. That's kind of cool. There's like dialogue. Even not only are there dialogues before the boss fights, there's like dialogue choices. Jump kicks work. That's pretty sick. Oh boy. I guess I should just jump kicks. Or jump butts. I love the way he, like, I knock his shades off of him. Puts them back on. Saikazu SCG, what's up? Do you do voice acting? No, not beyond. Not beyond when I'm playing games on stream. I do enjoy doing voice work though. Like I've always found it interesting, not necessarily in acting per se. But like I've been forever wanting to do like YouTube videos and stuff and like doing voiceover. I mean, not that I'm against doing voice acting, but I wouldn't say it's like something I'm pursuing. Riverside, it's a completely new stage. A new name for a stage anyway. But I think it's fun. Oh yeah, I love this guy. I guess that's Mighty Gado or Mighty Hollywood. He looks so sad when you knock his little beanie off his head. Oops. I love that sprite. Oh, and there's Poison. What's up, Poison? I've heard, or I've seen people in chat express some degree of excitement, I don't know, appreciation for my vocal efforts, and that's good enough for me. Already early example of RPG crap creeping into beat 'em ups. Well, it's funny you should say that because RPG crap in beat 'em ups, it's like older than Final Fight, pretty much. Because Technos, well, it is. Because Technos were like sort of experimenting with that kind of stuff. But even, you know, because you got the Kunio games. Yeah, Downtown Nicket's Monogatari was, I think that was 88, right? Or maybe it was 89. But even before that, you know, you had the Famicom version of Double Dragon in like 88. Which had a similar system to this, where you level up, and doing so gives you access to new moves. I guess we start on level 3 for whatever reason. Okay, well, we just transitioned. A lot like the Bay Area. A little car in the water. That's such a cool touch. I like the music in this game. It's quite nice. It's a lot better than the music in Final Fight 2. I think, like, obviously the sound and the vibe is going to be different. It's a Famicom game, you know, but I still think it captures an appropriate vibe. Good Poison Sprite. fact, all of the sprites are fucking excellent in this game. So much character. Like, they're so expressive. It's really awesome. Like, I think that's like the perfect approach for this style of game, where you're, you know, you're working with limited means. Like, you know, talking about the generic enemies or whatever, it's hard to judge. Like, the original Final Fight is so iconic, right, that it ends up being kind of difficult to sort of judge it objectively, it feels like. Like, what I mean is, like, saying that Final Fight 2, the enemies seem kind of generic and bland. Nice, we got full health on the level up. It's easy for me, at least, to kind of think that, like, well, in my head, I'm, like, comparing Final Fight 1 and Final Fight 2. Maybe that's not fair. But I think we can compare the new enemies in this game versus the ones in Final Fight 2. And I think the enemies in this game are, like, so much more charismatic. Yeah, we're not gonna get major crowds in this game. But, it, like... You're not gonna be able to replicate the Final Fight experience, really. But I think the game makes up for it in other ways. At the very least, like, for, like, hitting enemies, suplexing them and whatnot, it feels good. I thought I was below it. Jump. I think this hammer isn't helping. Oh, that's a cool flash kick. Getting fucking destroyed here. The Elgatos. My one weakness. Dude! Couldn't even grab him. Yes, this game is called Mighty Final Fight in every, well, all 2 regions where it was released. See the Japanese box right there? Well, it might be hard to make out, but it does say Mighty Final Fight. Oh shit, there's Sodom. Krichik Commentator, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Happy to see you around. Let me just hydrate for a little bit. Second favorite Final Fight. It's a good game. It's a very different type of game, but it's, I think many of the other Final Fight games, whether you're talking about ports or actual separate games, all of them have ups and downs, and I think there's a lot of games that you can look at specific failings and shortcomings relative to what the game sets out to do or what the game sort of promises. And I think it's fair to say that this game, it's you know, there's not as much to it as the arcade game and maybe even some of the other ports and sequels, but for what it sets out to do, for what you expect it to be able to do on the hardware, it doesn't really have a lot of obvious failings and shortcomings. And I think that kind of goes a long way. The core feel of it is great, and it looks and sounds wonderful. So it's, you know, if you boot up this game, you're not going to have a bad time, I don't think. Let's see. Do a special technique by pressing B first and then left, right. Actually, you reminded me that I should just go to game FAQs and just for knowledge. Okay, well, there's 2 cheats. Extra strength. Begin a new game with Hagar, then die 3 times. Continue the game, then choose Guy or Cody. You will now have Hagar's strength for Guy or Cody. That's interesting. And there's also hidden credits, which you get for beating the game on 1 credit. I know you get new moves, and I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember what's, like, if we can figure them out. As we level up, we'll get access to new moves, just like in Double Dragon. So B and then a direction. Let's mess with that. Omae ka Madogia ni Famicom Oruka mono wa. What that means exactly? Like, I guess you're part of Mad Gear. 無事ども怖くて視聴が困るか He actually, I guess, speaks Japanese in this one. Sodom doesn't, like, speak broken Japanese. It's like you don't know the true. Like Sodom is basically making fun of Hagar for not trembling in fear of the Mad Gear's might. So he's like, you must not know the full power of the Mad Gear. He's like, I'll make you understand. Oh, there we go. I think I hit him with it, but he took no damage. It's like stunned him. A long startup. Oh. Power drive him. Dash is a little easier to dodge. No, he seems to speak like surprisingly normal Japanese, but it is. I mean, my Japanese is quite bad, and it's hard for me to kind of make out what's being said, especially because it's like all hiragana. Yeah, not great losing a life there. I really didn't need to do that. Oh well. We'll see how this goes. Bonus stage. Levels at least seem graciously short. Barrels? Yeah, figures. Whoa, okay. The Axis. Where are you? There's no fast get up and well, okay, yeah. Hitboxes seem a little questionable. You got 8 XP. Oh, okay, cool. So I guess you get more depending on how you do. That's nice. I guess there's no score in this version. Round 3, Haber Town. I would assume that it's meant to say harbor, but I would think that we just came from Harbor Town. Oh, Riverside. Is there a Bay Area also? I didn't like pay attention to what the other stages are. I guess this is more like Uptown, or like a residential area. Yeah, these guys are cool. I forget if there's like an actual Andre in this game, or if this is just the Andre equivalent. So you would expect this to like knock down, right? But it doesn't. Although if you hold forward, you can like grab immediately out of it, which is pretty cool. Nice. Perfectly timed suplex, and I even hit Elgato with it. That was highly satisfying. Is this little guy? Like, I can never remember who is who. Wait, Elgato in Hollywood. Jump. Alright. He needed to jump too, apparently. Knocking dudes into pits. Come to think of it, that's something that's like a core, like a fundamental joy of beat 'em ups that Final Fight is actually lacking. There's like no proper, well, I was gonna say no proper elevator sequence. There is, but it doesn't have pits. Because the game doesn't, like, have any pits, really, right? Yeah, having pits but not being able to throw people into them is, like, that's another just, like, a cardinal sin of beat-em-up design. I had no idea this existed. I'm surprised. I think this is, like, a... I mean, far from the most high-profile Capcom game on the NES, but, like... I mean, it is, in the grand scheme of things, as far as Capcom stuff on NES, it's more obscure than many of the things they had done, and it's not super common for like NES sequels to. I mean, this is not a sequel to a Super Nintendo game, but it would have kind of felt like it at the time. It's a follow-up to a game that was also on Super Famicom, even though it was originally an arcade game, of course. And it's a 1993 game. It never came out in PAL. I'm sure, like, this is one of those games that fetches a lot of money on, you know, the used market, because it most likely was not printed in very large numbers. Damn, I picked up the heart. I thought that would give me XP or something, because health is usually food. I was at full health, so I didn't get XP for it though, so maybe it was just health. Maybe I got a longer health bar? Who knows? So yeah, I mean, this was, yeah, someone mentioned, like, same year, I guess, Mega Man 6 was also 1993, sounds about right. I mean, Mega Man 6 is a well-known game. Oh, I didn't got a life. That makes way more sense. Thanks. But Mega Man 6 is also part 6 of a series that was entirely on the NES. Well, Lion King, the Nintendo Lion King is like, I'm not sure if it's a bootleg, but I'm pretty sure didn't it only come out in, like, weird regions or whatever? It was, like, unreleased or something? Because I'm pretty sure there's no 1995 licensed releases in North America and Europe. I could be wrong about that, but I always recall hearing that Wario's Woods came out in '94 and was the last North American release. I could be wrong. But I also associate the Lion King NES game with, like, maybe it's just because it looks like a Russian bootleg or something, but I always associate it with that. But it could have been a licensed game for some market. You know, that happens too. PAL only. Yeah, and even then, you know, the European market was such that, like, there were a lot of different distributors. Like, Bergsala is the company who would, like, distribute Nintendo stuff in Scandinavia. So there are some games, like the Scandinavian version of some games had different cover art and stuff. Like, we didn't get a lot of those, like, pixel art with hand-drawn motion blur, like the American-style black box cover arts. The cover arts we got usually had the Japanese artwork on them, although I think that's true for other PAL releases too. Like the PAL version of Metroid, Super Mario Bros. 1, what else? Ice Climber, like a bunch of those, like, they have the Japanese artwork on them. And there's stuff like Maniac Mansion and Shadowgate, which had Swedish language releases, which obviously would only have been for the Scandinavian market. But there's no, like, Scandinavian Shadowgate in English. It doesn't exist. And you have games like Gimmick, which has a PAL release, but specifically it was only released in Scandinavia by Bergsala. There's no French version, there's no English version. I mean, the game itself is not in Swedish, but, like, in terms of region where it was released. So this mythical Lion King, the one released version being PAL, doesn't necessarily mean that it was released in the entirety of Europe and Australia. Probably not, but I don't know. Quiz time, indeed. Mad Gear no quiz. Oto wa oru no koto da. Alright, so Abigail is gonna quiz us, I guess. Alright, if you can answer all of my questions correctly, I'll do something nice. Daga, but if you get even one wrong, it's over. You want to do it? Sure. Oh, yaruka. Ooh, alright. Let's do it then. Haga no musume no na wa Jessica de aru. Alright, Hagar's daughter's name is Jessica. Correct. Machigai. Alright, I was wrong. Maybe, I guess I didn't read it correctly, so it's probably some fuck up with the katakana. Alright, we fucked up. I thought it said Jessica, it probably said Jessica or something. Dude, the way he gets read, it's so cool. Well, I wish we didn't fuck up the quiz, because I feel like we probably could have answered If I could fucking read. Holy shit, he's got the fucking Donovan uppercut. Did it say Musco? Okay, well. Clearly there was some part of that that I couldn't read. Musma means daughter. I didn't look at the katakana that closely, so... I figured that was what I misread. Alright. Having a grand old time. Oh, I was trying to tackle. Yeah, I believe the kissing animation was taken out of the American version. I'm not sure what he does instead. Well, I'm just glad we didn't lose a life there. Factory. Alright, we're going to the box factory, guys. It's so cool, you do a little big-ass... It's not even a tackle. What do you even call this? Like a... bear hug? Chest bump? And you just, like, immediately grab them. So I in my memory, you get new moves as you level up. But I don't remember, like, I could be completely wrong about that. Maybe you just get stronger or something. If people in chat who have played this more than I have, or at least more recently than I have, could enlighten me on that situation, I'd be happy to get some input. But yeah, just like doing the suplex, it just like feels good. Like all the moves feel good, in fact. That's quite rare for a Famicom beat 'em up, I feel like. Oh shit. Dude, the range, like, it's so nice. The suplex, the combo suplex works like really well in this game. Which is cool. I wasn't like even sure I would be able to expect it to be in the game. Even grappling in general being in the game is like almost impressive. We've just crouched down right by the edge. We get pits, we get elevators. Like, this is a proper beat 'em up. We got Elgato. Oh shit, okay. That was a bit cheap. Oh, that's a pit. I didn't lose 2 lives there, did I? The noise of us reaching a different floor, is it? Alright, that was pretty fucking close. Oh, dude. It's pretty cool. Final fight where you get to knock dudes down pits. I mean, that's pretty fucking good, if you ask me. That was so close. I didn't mean to do the tackle. I almost tackled myself right off the elevator. But I somehow hit him. Fujiyama Geisha. Alright, we're in the underground factory Japanese restaurant, question mark? Well, I guess it's a bar? Even these guys, like, you know, the combat's quite different from the arcade game, but it's still, like, the behavior of Jay is still, like, recognizable. See, he, like, darts in and out and does his little jabs. And Colonel Slash over here. Oh, hello.
O ya o ya.
その体で拙者とやる気か。Not sure what Sesha means, but wonder if I'm doing that with that body. I don't know. Yamo and 死ぬなさいけど。この秘密のドリンクをやるから飲むんでござる。Alright, he's got some kind of secret drink for me. Alright, let's drink. 力が湧いてきたぞ。Did I get a full health refill?
では、行くでござるよ。
Alright, let's go. Jump. Dude, that does good damage. Well, it's bad damage, but hit him into suplex. Yeah, I guess he is an honorable samurai. So he offered me a refreshing special drink right outside this bar. Yeah, higher frames, I guess. Do I have a zero? Ooh, I'm not even dead yet. Oh, he lost his sword. Oh, shit. Fucking ninja magic, or well, it's not a ninja, I guess, but reminds me of the ninja boss in Bare Knuckle 3. Forever cursed to dying just before killing a boss. Anyway, that's round 4. We're at 0 lives, so I guess if we're gonna game over early in a stage, that would be now. Ooh, well, we got a bonus stage first. Alright. Got some hydration reminders, I appreciate it. I'll just take care of these barrels first. Oh, fuck. I feel like I'm doing a lot better when there aren't a bunch of bouncing barrels. You got continue, okay. Alright, cheers. Bay Area. Quite different from the Bay Area in the game, or in the arcade game. Cool though. I mean, I like that it's not one for one. It's like we're getting to see a different side of Metro City. I like it. Like lariat back and forth. That's pretty cool. Like, you don't level up super quickly though, do you? I wonder if you do get different, because I thought, because you only get XP when you kill enemies, you don't get like XP for every hit. So it kind of made me think, oh yeah, okay, you're just gonna get whatever you're gonna get. But I wonder if it actually does give you different amounts. Shit, I'm starting to create some space before pile driving. Well, that's our life. Okay. Maybe you do get different amounts of points for doing different stuff. I don't know. Let's try other characters. Why don't we? I haven't seen Code in a while. Always fast. Oh yeah, he's got the fucking Kaiser wave. Yeah, the special moves are very slow. Oh yeah, doesn't have a pile driver. What am I thinking? Can you infinite? Seems unlikely, because you're gonna... I feel like you're gonna do... There isn't really hit stop in quite the same way, and you're just gonna do the fucking... Oh yeah, shit, okay. Oh, that's just this combo? Yeah, okay. I think that... I could be wrong, but I think that's maybe his combo getting upgraded when he levels up. Oh, dude, I guess we lost all of our XP, too. That sucks. Does he have a knee? Oh, you do? Okay, cool. So Haggard doesn't have the body splash in this game. He does only have the jumping butt splash. I can understand that getting cut out because they aren't 100% like mechanically identical in the arcade game. You know, you can only do the body, like if you do the backwards jump, for example, which is a thing here too. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. You can't do a regular jumping attack in a backwards jump, but you can do the down attack. So he can body splash there. And also, like, the way it sort of shifts its hurt box, I guess, makes the body splash useful in other ways from his dropkick. But what I perceive as the main purpose of the jump down attack is to, like, hit enemies without knocking them down. And that is something that Hagar cannot do. So due to that, I guess it kind of makes sense to... If you're gonna cut something out of the moveset, that's something that would kind of make sense to cut. Although, like, because they changed his main jump attack from the dropkick to this, like, little butt splash, his one jump attack ends up being sort of an amalgamation of sorts. It's neither... Well, I guess it's not exactly an amalgamation, but it's like a middle ground between the dropkick and the body splash. Well. Oh, hey. Getting some repeated bosses, but they're very charming. Alright. I forgot about his fucking Donovan uppercuts. But at least you can, Oh, okay. He doesn't have quite the grab range in this game, huh? I was gonna say, at least you can bait the dash punch and avoid it quite handily. Yeah, this is not the original Abigail, that's for sure. Yeah, you can definitely sort of... Oh, I try to do it. You can sort of shuffle out of being punched. It's a cool stage. Like, if you're getting hit by an enemy, you can either, like, walk in to grab them in between getting hit, or, like, sneak a punch in. Which is definitely not something you can really do at all in the arcade game. But yeah, super basic, but it just feels good, man. Whoa, why did that not hit him? That confused me. That, yeah. Yeah, we're not done here. Like, you can throw enemies at other enemies, right? Okay, yeah, you definitely can. Probably just a little bit finicky. Like, collision detection in a beat-em-up is not an area where I expect a lot from an NES game, if I'm being perfectly honest. Like, that's probably the one area that I expect the most jank. Not even just in NES games specifically, but like, I don't know, lesser beat-em-ups. Kind of the same thing if I'm playing something on, I don't know, GBA or whatever, like... But of course, I mean, especially on older, simpler hardware. Slowdowns and other weird things might be an issue, but... Like, even having, like, the depth thing and, like, complex state machines for characters and, like, hit stun, and, like, there's a lot of sort of concepts for how characters and attacks interact with each other that are... that this genre puts fairly high... Like, the base level for how a game like this needs to function for it to, like, be fun and work well is pretty high compared to how sophisticated those things tend to be, or not, in an 8-bit NES game, I feel like. Alright, he's like... I defeated his little brothers. Alright. He's the third Sodom brother, I guess. He's gonna not go so easy on us. Although, okay. I was gonna say he seems easier so far, maybe not. Ah, shit. Try to jump kick. Hey, what's up, Cody? How are you doing? I heard you were having more fever troubles or allergies or whatever it was. I was busy elsewhere, but I did see that you'd streamed Streets of Rage 4 yesterday. I finally bought the DLC today. I didn't even realize there was wow, this is like literally 1 pixel. I didn't even realize there was a sale. Like, I guess it's like one of those Steam things where if you buy something first week of release, there's like a slight discount. And I already thought the Streets of Rage 4 DLC is like outrageously underpriced for what you get. But the fact that it was even cheaper seemed kind of crazy. It's like 6.5 euros or something. I didn't mean to do that. Crap. Really didn't want to die again. Yeah, the like retail price or whatever is 8 euros, but because of the discount, it's like comes out to like 6.5 or something. I just realized that jump kicks isn't going to be a great strat because it deals like no damage. Like 8 euros, I think would have been. Oh my god! It scrolled off screen when it's like with this much screen left. That's a bit fucked. Well, NES limitations, folks. 8 euros, I think, would have been a good price for just the characters. I think it would have been a fair price for just the survival mode as well. So, like, I expected it to be like 20. So when they announced that it was like 8, I don't know, it's like absurd. Alright, we got Mecha Belger. Jessica, Kaise. Like, alright, we made it. Now hand back Jessica. Like, she's an important guest. So she's resting next to me? I don't know. Alright, I guess. Okay. So Belger is gonna. He intends to marry Jessica, apparently, or what? Sate, おしゃべりはしまいだ。邪魔者にはそろそろ消えてもらおう。Right. Enough talk. How about you? Oh. Turbo jabs. So. Oh shit. Yeah, there we go. That's a good fucking laugh. Guess I'm trying to jump here. Like Turbo Eddie E over here. How the fuck do I fight him? Wait for him to laugh? Missed this punching the rocket fists works better than jumping. Yeah, okay, I wait for him to laugh. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Jumping there. Oh, I should have just kneed. Whoa, what happened to that jump? That was bad. Game over? Alright. 3 credits. Let's try Guy. We'll probably game over. Got a short life bar. Oh, that's pretty cool. Like rapid punches. At least we'll. Oh, that seems like a pretty shit move. I just wanted to see every character at least. It's got like probably low damage too. Yeah, you can see, I mean, you see I'm at level 4, but I've, like, twice now I've game overed. And I guess the level up EXP requirements seems to maybe go down with each game over, to make it easier to level up, but there's still, like, there aren't enough enemies to give me that level up before the end of the stage, so it's kind of... I'm a little curious, like, I don't quite get how the level up works. Because it's not like I skipped enemies. I mean, I definitely could have gotten more XP in the first bonus stage. But I don't know what else I could have done. Do you, like, lose XP when you die or something? Maybe killing enemies with different moves gives different amounts of XP. Like I said, I was kind of curious to see if I could figure that out. I guess we knocked people off the elevator, which probably didn't give enough, or like, did that give less? So I got 4 for throwing that guy. That's also 4. Okay, so I guess the advantage to Cody's special move is that he can do it kind of in a combo. Like that. But I don't know that it actually does any more damage than just doing the combo normally. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, first life down. I'm definitely not expecting to beating it with Guy, but figured I'd try him out. And then if/when we game over. I think we'll go Cody because aggro is strong, but I think mobility seems like it might be something you want. Although I guess you can do, like, I'm thinking of fighting Belger. Having like bear hug dash, whatever, to get in on him when he's laughing. That could probably work. Big Brother Soda, I'm also more than a little concerned with how Guy is going to handle. Although, I don't know, I guess I could jump kick him out of his dashes or whatever, and I guess I could just knee and start a combo. Alright, well, not him. Which I somehow keep forgetting. Okay. I could definitely, like, plane shift and grab him before with Cody. Aggro's pile driver gives 8 points. Huh. I guess I should just literally pile drive everything then. Kind of a weird system, though. Not that it matters now. There's no way I can... I don't know, I think it kind of sucks that you lose all your XP when you game over. Yeah, Guy's damage is, like, really shit. I kind of just want to swap characters right now. Guy continues to be the most, like, the fucking useless character. Alright, throwing does some amount of damage at least. Whoa! Not ready for that. Be dead. Yep. We'll take an apple. Thank you very much. I mean, I guess, like, it's not like I avoided the pile driver. I didn't maybe do it that much, but I did it, you know, quite a bit. Like, we've gone through the entire game and only managed to level up once. It feels weird. This rapid punch is so cool. It's a shame that it's not super useful. Didn't mean to do that slow ass kick. It's just like feels kind of tedious. Like it takes so long to kill enemies with Guy. Maybe we should have done that trick, get Hagar's strength with Guy. Whatever that means. Like, strength is kind of vague. It could mean HP. Like damage, I don't know, would he deal damage per hit? It seems weird if damage would transfer over unless it's like some multiplier to do with levels or something. Assuming that even works. We're doing way better now all of a sudden. Still on 1 life though. I feel very doubtful, or at the very least far from confident, that we'll get the Sodom, dude. I didn't, like, they're surprisingly close to the level up requirement, but I think there's not that much stage left. Not enough for us to get all the way to 122 at least. That's still pretty far off. Boss, yeah. Dude, you saw me walk down there, like diagonally down? That was me jumping and holding down. Okay, perfect. Anti-air. Yeah, I didn't think I would defeat this guy. Like, he takes very little damage. Alright, dash up. Okay. I guess it's not very difficult to bait. Like, you can see him commit to it from a mile away. And he doesn't track you at all, like Arcade Sodom. Alright, now it's the tricky part. Okay, that didn't quite work, did it? Throwing, but not that far. Oh. Yep. Oh, I'm alive somehow. Dude, I can't even jump kick him out of it. Cody could jump kick him. I don't know, problem, just did shit damage. Okay, let me check something. Wait, how do I... Save. Alright, let's just save state here just in case. I'd hate to have to game over on the final boss. If we have save states, might as well use them. Oh, I guess the level up numbers are just different per character. So Guy would level up at 122. So it's still like scaled after each character's ability to get points, I guess. Well, peculiar. I'm like scared to kill any enemy with anything that isn't a pile driver now. And it's getting me fucking killed. Getting me utterly destroyed. Oh my, like literally, oh fuck this. Okay, we're trying again. I'm not losing my first life to like the second enemy on the level. Oh, come on. She was like landing. Trying to grab him and pile drive him. Why is it so difficult? Wait. Oh, shit. The combo throw gives like 1 XP. Because that's how I killed him, I think. I got 8. Okay, that's interesting. So I didn't realize anything could give less than 4. Huh. Well, now I'm like overly thinking of that and not about my own survival. That's very interesting though. I wonder if we're like killing an enemy by hitting someone else with them. That does. Dude, there we go. Let's see if we can try as much as we can to defeat enemies using pile drivers and see if we can get anywhere close, anywhere near. Close to or near, either or. Okay, we've lost 2 lives. Nope, not quite, but... pretty much. Ah, fucking hell, it's so slow. Iframes? Gonna get the most out of those iframes. Well, Cody might be, like, what's going on? Why am I doing 50 times worse now? I mean, I know I'm doing a little bit worse because I was, like, focusing on killing the pile drivers, but I'm, like, doing even worse with Hagar than I was with Guy. Although, did I even... maybe this is my first try with Hagar on the stage. I don't even remember. I think it is. I should probably just gone with Cody to begin with. This is rough. This is very rough. With Hagar, it's also definitely way harder to sneak in extra punches in between enemy attacks. Makes sense, his punch is slower. Trying to pay attention to the XP. Well, I wonder if the 1 XP I got for a kill might have been for hitting him with someone else. It's like a weird enough thing that I could see that makes sense. Dude, okay, he's got the throw range. I use a lariat, but I guess that takes health, I assume. Yeah, you hit him with it. I mean, I barely used the, even, see, that's actually exactly where I should have used the Super Joy. Just like, I don't think of it as being a thing in this game for some reason. That move actually works really well on him, though. Because he's kind of passive. Like, he doesn't really approach you very quickly, unlike Sodom. Jays are definitely a problem. Alright, we're doing way better now all of a sudden. Yeah, you gotta, like, dance around Jay a little bit. If you get hit by a jab, you gotta, like, walk away as opposed to walking into him. But even then, it takes some finessing. Not the move I wanted to do there. I try to jab the knife out of the air. Of course, Elgato or Hollywood or whoever he is, causing Hagar problems. I did actually punch him out of his slide before. I think that I did it with Cody. Makes sense, his jab's a lot faster. That didn't do a ton of damage. Somehow managing to get... ah, shit, to get hit a lot less. Well, that was perfect. 2 kills that neither gave me the XP I wanted. 0 lives. Dude! I was trying to do the tackle, and I fucked it up. It's like hard enough to get the move to come out that it's not super reliable. Also, it doesn't work there. Okay, well, Let's go, Cody. Oh, I did not mean to use that move. Oh, that probably gives like shit XP. No, wait, did that give 6? It does. Okay, so that actually does more. Gives you more HP, or XP rather. Not that it's likely going to matter at this point, but yeah, you can kind of do it like meaty like that. The game's definitely challenging. And it's got a nice like escalation and challenge too. Like the enemies are more aggressive and more kind of tricky in a way. Too late that I realized I could maybe have Super Joy. Didn't quite work out. Ah! I would have killed her. Oh well. I shouldn't care because I don't think there's any chance that I can actually get enough XP to level up here. But it would have been good to know from the beginning. It's like the first time I do that properly. Second best Final Fight so far. I mean, if you only count the arcade game 2 and this, then probably. But I mean, Mega CD Final Fight is pretty fucking sick. And, I mean, I guess I wouldn't maybe say that, that any of the computer ports are better than this. But I had a lot of fun with a lot of them. Right, I keep forgetting. Ah! How did he do that quickly? That was really weird. Iframes. Knee bash is 6 points, okay. It's a lot easier to hit for the most part than a special move. Damage isn't the best. Unlike the arcade game where the knee bash does like a shit ton of damage. It's like he attacks me or grabs me if I punch. Why am I having so much more trouble navigating around him now? At least get some distance to... Hopefully, no. Oh, like, he was like so trivial before. Now I can't even like stun him to grab him. I'm losing like 3 lives to him. Holy crap. Yeah, it's definitely adapting. Please let me do it on this life. Oh! Like, before that, I feel like I could just walk around him and, like, plane shift him so trivially. Then I couldn't do it at all. Oh, there's no... See, I'm at 1 life. I feel like every credit I'm doing, I'm doing worse than the one before. The refights are harder, but I mean, even... I don't know, I didn't remember it being that hard on my first attempt at this stage. I mean, if I can't feed it, I can't feed it. I didn't beat Super Nintendo Final Fight either, but I'd like to. Mostly, I'm frustrated because like I made it to Belger with like 2 lives, and now I can't even make it halfway there. Sometimes they just have their way. I mean, I guess that's it do be like that sometimes. At this rate, I'm just kind of want to do some research and practice on Big Brother Sodom over here. Hagar starts at level 3 and Coding Guys start at level 1. Maybe that's what they meant, because I kept the level. My level has never gone down when I've continued, so maybe that's what the Hagar trick, whatever that manual was trying to describe, kind of alluding to. You keep the level. I don't know. I need to do that, but that might actually be. Oh, iframes, I guess. Yeah, I feel like I definitely must have fucked up. Not really getting levels. Like I probably should. Oh, dude, the 38 still is like 1 pixel. Oh, this is really bad. Like, I got to Belger and I fucked up not getting the chicken, and I even, despite that, like, survived. Oh, I did terrible with Guy. He was, like, useless. Cody was the character I did the best with by far. Dude, the jump didn't come out. Alright. Let's, try again. Oh, nice. I mean, maybe there's, like, hidden tech that makes Guy super strong. I mean, I wouldn't know, but I was... Basically, his low health and low damage was a liability. Ah! Come on. I don't want to die at, like, the first wave of enemies every time. I don't want to be attacked from off screen. No! I didn't mean to do that. Try to throw. Yeah, Hagar is really hard to use on, like, this far into the game. He's, like, fun to use at the beginning, but his speed is... Like, Hagar has... I mean, all the characters, to a degree, are quite similar to the way they are in the original game, right? But the Hagar's strength of his, like, combo throw is, like, not really a factor here, because its main strength is clearing crowds. And this game doesn't really have crowds, so it ends up being kind of a non-issue. Code is infinite also doesn't really seem to be a thing in this version, or this game, I should say. But we're doing significantly better, I would say. Just using the standard combo more. Putting on the wall of fists. higher high damage for bosses? Probably. I'm not sure about Belger though, but I haven't made it that far. Yeah, you really gotta like approach him directly from above or below. I feel like the right angle, you can maybe jump. I don't know. I didn't see that he was flashing until it was too late because the sprite flickering. That's one death to Abigail. Should have just super joyed. I'm so frustrated with myself. Getting the accidental specials is a... It sucks. I walked too far away and I lost another life. Shit. In this case, the enemies getting knocked down when you respawn actually sucks because it just gives them a ton of iframes. Oh, okay. I'm not sure why that could hit him, but... It was supposed to be a super joint, but... Wow, he just went straight for it, huh? That's rough. 2 lives here, even with the health. I mean, I need, like... I don't think I've defeated... I don't know. I'm just like, how did I even fucking get to Belger the first time? So now I'm losing like 2 lives to Abigail and 2 lives to Sodom every time. And then I lose 2 lives to Abigail and then I lose 3 lives to Sodom and got game over. There's health in the food sign. That is good to know. That is very good to know. Let's see if that can help save our life here. I need to maybe advance more first. Or is it like a hidden thing? Is it supposed to react when I punch it? Oh, there we go. Cool. It's definitely not something I would have found myself, so thank you. Well, we got a slight lease on life. I'm assuming it only works once. Not a buffet. Yeah. Too bad. Ah! Move is tough to deal with. Oh, come on. I'm gonna die before I get him again anyway. Oh! I want to just grab him. Dude, what the heck? How did he slip out of that? Alright, can I land a single hit before dying? I'm gonna say no. Yep. That's what I expected. I get knocked down, iframes. Got so much fucking health. I don't know how I can approach him. Can I jump? No, what the heck? My jump didn't come out. Like, why does jumping just not come out sometimes? That's what I was trying to do. That's the strat. Which isn't gonna work anymore now. Yep, slow startup, a little bit of a liability there. I legit don't know. I just... Okay. Big hitbox. But okay, that's good knowledge. I guess he just... I don't know. I guess it's me being stupid. I just assume that he's gonna track, like in the original game, that where you can't like just outwalk him. But he legitimately just like locks on to a direction, and you can just walk away. So knowing that, that's kind of a game changer potentially. But I'm still gonna say this is probably our last attempt here, because it's already 10:30 p.m. here, and we've got like several more games to play, which I'm getting increasingly doubtful that we'll get to tonight. That's fine. I don't mind. I did not sleep very much last night, so I knew that today's stream was going to be a bit unusual in that sense. Not at my full power levels. But we'll see, one thing at a time here. Quite mean to do that. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, he's got a jumping uppercut and some kind of power wave. It's not exactly a Hadouken. Well, it's not at all a Hadouken. It's an energy projection of some kind, but... Abigail's still kind of an issue, though. Funnily enough, even though he was so trivial before. Fuck. Like, as soon as you... I kind of wish the special moves were like a quarter circle or something, because it's so easy to just, like, tap a direction when you're just doing a combo, and you're committing to this, like, move with 8,000 frames of startup. That's what, 2 lives before we even get to Abigail? Yeah, I think... we are... I don't know. Even if I'm learning new strats, I think my level of play is deteriorating at too rapid a pace for this to have a good chance of working out. Also, I should definitely have taken more breaks tonight. Oh, like barely eaten too. Like I'm just the worst today. I don't mean like the worst at the game. I am that too, but I'm worst at self-care and giving myself optimal conditions to perform. It was like the worst spot for him to do that. I wanted to punch and then walk up to him, but... Holy shit, he's like doing that all the time. See, I'm having much better luck with being able to do that now. I mean, that's the key to, like, just... Huh. Alright, no death Abigail. Somehow. I'll take it. I'm just confused. I guess that's the thing, just, like, punch the hell out of it and wait for him to walk into your punches. But I don't know. It's not like I felt like I was trying to walk up too closely before. Maybe I've been underestimating the Z-axis range of Cody's punches. Yeah, we got the meat sign there, but I'm assuming that gives us full health, so should be careful not to cash it out too early. Oh boy, my stomach's rumbling like crazy right now. I have some food sitting right here, but I figured I shouldn't eat it without taking a break. And I haven't had the chance. Well, I could have taken a break whenever, but I didn't. Oh boy. Okay, I'm not gonna risk anything more here. thinking of taking a break and eating some food. It seems to have replenished my power levels somewhat. Or maybe it's just luck, which is maybe rapidly running out. All these things could be true. Whoa, how did Poison not get hit by that? Oh, that was lucky. Well, we'll see. I mean, this attempt isn't gonna last super long. If I make it past Sodom, maybe I'll take a super quick snack break. So now I'm starting to feel like the second phase is actually like the easier one. Just ironic, but... Well, the dash attack is still the easiest thing to deal with. But I'm not sure if I can, like, bait it somehow. Alright, the throw is good damage, so I should try to make sure to get a throw. Oh, dash. He was walking back, but then he didn't dash. Okay. Oh, fuck's sake, come on. He doesn't have, like, super long recovery on it. Like, really scared to try to get in. Oh, boy. See, I got confused. He locked on so early that I thought he didn't dash to where I expected him to dash. Oh, okay. Play it safe. The opposite of playing it safe. Alright. That sucks, but... Alright, let's, save here, I guess. Alright, so... I'm too excited to try this. So he's gonna, like, not take that much damage until he just... What the heck? Yeah, there we go. No! You gotta find the right range to have time to, like, approach him. Yeah, this is Mech Belger. Fuck. Getting that move, like, that got me killed so many times. Dude, I was so fucking slow there. I could recognize that he was doing the dash punch, but not quickly enough to react to it. Yeah, you just gotta, like, let go of the D-pad, but it's like, feels kind of unnatural to do that. I was trying to jump. Alright, I'm gonna load. Try this again. There we go. Pretty cool boss fight though. I like it. Alright. Obviously, the jump kick there is kind of bad, but I was kind of far away. I wonder if you should, like, make it a habit to not approach if it's, like, too far away. Or maybe I should just not jump. Yeah, I guess it's just faster to walk. Yeah, your punches have good range too, though, so, like, you don't have to walk up as close to him as it feels like you probably do. And, yeah, I mean, I think you have plenty of time to dodge the dash punch as long as you have the awareness to see that's what he's doing. And there's even, like, an audio cue for it. I'm just, like, operating it on half power here, so I don't have the presence of mind to do it properly. Yeah, I'm getting too close. Oh. So ready to walk in. Too close. I'm getting way too greedy and impatient. Maybe it's also that in the final, like when he's low on health. That's good. Maybe he shoots or that the dash punch more often or something. That's pretty good. They should have done that for the Super Nintendo version. Oh, Dad, you came for me. But what about Cody? Like, oh no, they got lost somewhere along the way. God damn it, guy, let me go! Let me go! Pretty good, pretty good. Alright. That's a cool Capcom sign in the back, by the way. I don't know. I think this game is such a it's such a weird thing to compare to the arcade game, right? And to other like more conventional beat 'em ups, because it is operating under like such different parameters. It's a very high quality production, great graphics, great music. It feels good to play. Definitely a challenge. I think it's a good game. But it's hard to compare it, and I think it's like within the context of what you could reasonably do with a beat 'em up on an NES. It's there's not much to complain about. But as a Final Fight game, I think it doesn't quite. Again, like it's not a failing of the game, but it's just not really. It doesn't really have the capability to deliver the kind of experience that I'm looking for in this type of game. So ultimately, I'm kind of lukewarm on it personally. Like, it's an awesome game, but it doesn't scratch the kind of itch I'm looking for a Final Fight game or a Final Fight type game to scratch, if that makes sense. We will be looking at one more game, which is, I guess is a little bit of a bonus. I don't know. We'll see. We might take a more brief look at it than this, but I definitely need to take a short break. So I'll take a short break, and when I return, hopefully I can complete full sentences. I'll see you guys in just a little bit. What is up?
What is up? What is up?
I'm back. We're having some debate in chat about good NES beat 'em ups. I think personally it's highly debatable whether there are any truly great. I mean, I think like the NES is just not capable of delivering that type of experience, really. At least I think even the best beat 'em ups on NES are such a different thing than an arcade beat 'em up that it becomes hard to make a direct comparison. And speaking as someone who loves arcade beat 'em ups, those kinds of games tend to feel compromised in such a way that it's like, even if they're not clearly trying to be an arcade beat 'em up, I think they end up going for something that is like inherently just not what I'm personally the biggest fan of. I don't know. I mean, most people would probably say that Double Dragon 2 or TMNT maybe were like their favorite beat 'em ups. Like, I don't know, I guess at the time,
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
TMNT was a very popular game. I'm not sure maybe if that many people love it nowadays. Gary Deadly Group, thank you very, very much for 3 months of Unspeakable Horror. I appreciate it. Enjoy your new skull. I think TMNT 3, what was it called? Manhattan Rescue or whatever? Manhattan Mission? Forget. I think that one's pretty cool. Yeah, Battletoads it's a super ambitious game, but it's like a really weird, and yeah, I wouldn't call it a beat 'em up either. Like, stage 1 is a beat 'em up. Stage 1 is the beat 'em up stage. Stage 2 is a platforming stage, and then it's a driving stage, and then it's a beat 'em up-esque boss fight, and then it's like the snow level is also just like a platforming stage. Then you have like the snakes. Like, yeah, it's a weird one for sure. I wouldn't fault anyone for calling that game a masterpiece. I don't feel that way personally, or like there's a lot to admire about the game, but I never have that much fun when I'm playing it. I would say, I don't know, Double Dragon 2 and Double Dragon 3 both are really cool and do some really great stuff, but they're also like super frustrating and difficult. And even like River City Ransom or Street Gangs, as it was called here, the version I played as a kid, I love that game growing up. But I would still be like hard pressed to call it a truly great beat 'em up or whatever. Yeah, Sanuj, I think that's a fair point. I think the actual beat 'em up parts of Battletoads aren't like maybe that great either. I think there's like no one part of Battletoads that is in itself like super great or super cool. It's more the just absurd amount of different ideas and like the mechanical, like just the technical aspects of it and how much they were able to stuff into it and how many, like, it's a game that just there's an endless amount of ideas, which is neat, but it's also weird. But it doesn't have, like, the shoot 'em up stage isn't the best shoot 'em up. The beat 'em up stages aren't the best beat 'em up. The platforming isn't the best platforming. Like, it's not really the best at anything. It's kind of at its best in some ways when it's doing weird stuff that you don't really recognize from other games either. All in all, it's a weird one. But like I said, it's a compelling and fascinating game. And if people like super into Battletoads, that's easier for me to understand than someone being super into, I don't know, Bayou Billy or, you know, whatever other games were mentioned there. Well, Gary, I hope you've been enjoying it. I sure have. Well, Arcade Battletoads is an actual beat 'em up, so there's that. Anyway, let me pause these jams. So tonight's stream is going to be, well, I guess it's not that much shorter than usual. We're going to have been playing 6 hours before we're done, and we haven't even gotten to half of what I was looking to complete tonight. But that's cool. We can we'll just savor it. Well, we're not going to rush it. We're going to savor this journey of all these Final Fight games. But we are going to play one more game tonight, which is a game that most people may not be familiar with. In fact, I only first heard of it like less than a week ago. And it is by a significant margin, the most recent release of all of the games that we're going to be playing. And I don't think I'll introduce it more than that. But I will boot it up and we will see. Let's give me a second here. Let me just see. Do I have? Yeah, okay. We shall. So we're gonna load it up here. And this is it's pretty much what it looks like. Let me set up some stuff here around the edges. A little custom made cover art here. For indeed the ZX Spectrum version of Mighty Final Fight, released on the internet in 2018. This is obviously not a licensed commercial product. This is a fan-made thing. I booted this up and played it for about 90 seconds earlier today to make sure it works, and it's based on my limited familiarity with the Spectrum. It's like insanely impressive. I assume, from what I gathered, that this would be playable on real hardware, but it does, as you might expect, require like a more high-end version, like the 128K system model or whatever. Again, I don't know Spectrum stuff at all, but it's the one, like the type of Spectrums that most people would have had back in the day would not play this game, but it is on some configuration of real hardware playable, to my understanding. And this would be game number 16. So let me update that as well. It's got a pretty cool title screen, I would say. Alright, let me try to figure out the keyboard controls here. So the Kempston interface is something that's going to allow you to like use a joystick. I've never been able to quite figure that out in this emulator, how to get that to work, so we'll just do keyboard controls and hope we can play. So we got music and sound effects both on at the same time. Probably not super common in Spectrum games. Why don't we watch the intro? This is Metro City. Within the walls of them... I already can't read. Within the walls of the city lives the daughter of the mayor, Jessica. Her beauty radiates throughout the city and gives the citizens the power to survive. But now a villain attempts to have this beacon of light all to himself. I'm assuming this is all just taken straight from the American NES version. I believe that I've actually fallen in love with the girl. She will be mine. A couple of days later. What? Jessica, kidnapped. What have you done to her, Cody? Me? This is the work of the Mad Gear Gang. What do you think, guy? Yes, there's not a moment to spare. Let's go. She's my friend too. Count me in. Alright, okay, there we go. What's up, Dan? We summoned Dan with the power of the ZX Spectrum. So I believe this has like a tutorial. Oh, a tough street fighter who's skilled with knives. Descendant from Ninja, he possesses incredible agility. Hot-tempered wrestler and mayor of Metro City. Not capitalized, but that's fine. The color, I would say, is like tremendously impressive for a ZX Spectrum game. That's my take on that. Oh, let's try Cody. Yeah, so let's do the tutorial to see if we can learn the controls in this version. Oh, dude, this is pretty sick. Like, unique background. Alright, let's training. Press fire for continue. Press and hold fire for beat enemy. Alright, yeah, the text that is not taken directly from the NES game. A little more dicey English here. Alright, that works. For finish jump kick, press and hold fire plus up. Oh, okay. Press start holding the button to do the combo, and then I also hold up. For jump sidekick, press fire plus up plus right. Yeah, this is going to be a little dicey on keyboard, but... For grab the enemy, just go to him. Okay. For beat grabbed enemy, press fire. Alright, okay, that works. For throw enemy, hold fire and press left. This is definitely not an official commercial release. Capcom did not publish a port of an NES game for the ZX Spectrum in 2018. This is a fan-made thing. Slam Masters is not a Final Fight game, so we're not going to play it, no. No need to press buttons. So, can you pick up knives in the NES game? I feel like anytime... The only knives seem to be the Elgato knives, which just disappeared immediately, but I don't know. Right. Oh, okay. I can't figure it out. Okay, I just had to do it slower. At the bottom of the screen, there is race power. I'm assuming that says rage. Okay. Rage in magenta zone, you can do uppercut. Okay. Unique mechanics. Press and hold fire plus down. So no combo throws in this version then, I assume. Rage in red zone, you can do twist strike. Press fire, fire. Okay. Oh, okay. Click double tap. It's a good thing we did this tutorial because I would not have been able to figure this out. If rage in yellow zone, you can do super strike. Left, right, fire. Okay. A lot faster in this version. A little awkward to do, but it comes out way faster. Rage in white zone, you can refill half life. Oh. I'm very curious how this gauge it's like filled up. It was like over time or for beating enemies or what? Down, down, up, up, fire. It's useful. Well done. Now you ready. Can I remember all of that? We'll find out. All right. If I do the... Okay, yeah, so uppercut spends meter. But there's no, like, XP system in this version. The meter system kind of replaces it. And yeah, like I said, from what I've seen on Spectrum, this is, like, absurdly impressive. Music's pretty sick, too. Comboing is like a little bit like Amiga Final Fight. You just like hold the button. Did I turn off sound effects or something? I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be sound effects. Also, like, punching works pretty well, so it seems like you would save your meter for that. Let me just reset this real quick. I just double checked that I didn't fuck up the options, because I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be sound effects. Like, not doing the tutorial takes like 2 seconds. Okay, no, it's set to on. I'd be curious to see if the characters have names, because I don't think that's meant to be Rolento. It doesn't really look like him. He's got the beret, but it doesn't have like the scar, and he doesn't fight like Rolento. He fights like Axel and Slash, because he can block. Nope. Okay, no sound effects, I guess. I thought, I don't know. Like I said, I tried this for like a minute, literally, maybe even less, just to make sure it run. I thought I heard sound effects, but maybe it's just like some other sound effects, not just like during the music or something. Who knows? It's so cool that like the birds flew away when I got close. Yeah, the use of colors like works super well. Like the animation and like scrolling, like, but of course the speed and the frame rate is like the craziest thing, right? Yep. See little mice running around like. I figured I'd like, yeah, let's just like boot this up, but now I'm really curious, kind of see how close it sticks to the original and how like I wouldn't be shocked if it like actually diverges quite a bit. I accidentally did a special because I double tapped the attack button. To enable emulation of some other piece of hardware possible. The music's good though, like, I don't mind playing it like this. Any behavior is like kind of recognizable. I guess, wait. Bad spot here. Okay, yeah, the jump kick combo finish. I guess it's like just a little way for you to be able to do a jump kick because it's cool. Fuck, I keep doing the special by accident. It doesn't seem like the jump kick combo ender spends meter. Yeah. More damage, maybe. What the heck? I figured the health is definitely what you would spend your want to spend your meter on. At least I want to like try to build up a full meter to see how viable that is. If I can do that before dying, that is. That's not smart. Like fall out of the combo. Alright, it does spend like pretty much all your meter, but I'm not sure what other things I could have spent the meter on. Like, if that would have been more helpful. Also 3 enemies, holy shit. The health, I think, is like kind of obviously useful, but it's more a question of like if the rate at which you would get health back just like makes it kind of a waste. Hard to tell. I mean, probably not. Be at the boss pretty soon, right? Yeah, like hit stun, not really a thing, I guess. You can't really complain about the mechanics being like a little imprecise because like what the heck? How does this even exist, you know? Like a little cutscene transition? Oh, the screen fades to black. Oh, I forgot there was a whole sequence on the roof. The boss fight was like... So I think the backgrounds look really nice. It's a little awkward when we have these like dark blues. And I like jump in front of... Or even the black part. Well, I guess the black part doesn't work like that, but... I kind of... If I jump in front of the blue walls, like I kind of disappear a little bit. Doing the uppercut combo ender kind of just makes them walk out of your combo, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, the ZX Spectrum does what Nintendo don't. Okay, this is like a different layout, isn't it? Pits. I'm trying to grab them. It's not easy, but it's also like... So for those who are not aware, in typical Spectrum fashion, when playing with the keyboard, I'm not walking with like your typical arrow keys, because the Spectrum keyboard like doesn't have arrow keys. No, like it might have arrows, but they're not like located the way you would be used to from like a Windows keyboard. Ah, dead. Okay, so what happens when I die? That's what happens when you die. Okay, well, this sure is a fucking British computer game. But because there's like no arrow keys, the kind of established standard... Oh, okay, well, not that over. Is that you use Q and A for up and down, and you use O and P for left and right, and I use spacebar for fire. So going up and down with my left hand and going left and right with my right hand is it doesn't come completely natural to me. So like walking around in a circle is like difficult because I have to like think. So like quick and accurate navigation is like really quite difficult. Not as difficult as getting a joystick to work in this emulator. The thing is, like, because the Spectrum keyboard was so shit, I don't think you would necessarily want to use WASD. Like the Spectrum keyboard is like this rubber membrane. Like it doesn't have real keys. So you probably wouldn't want to be pressing more than 2 adjacent keys. Like it'd get really squishy and kind of weird, I imagine. I'm, messed with the Spectrum much, but that's my understanding. That's what I keep hearing anyway. Like if you think of the NES start and select button, like that's the Spectrum keyboard. Accidentally double tap, but I don't know, maybe I should use that more often. Anyway. Hey, the uppercut actually hit, and it seemed to do really good damage. I guess he hit me. It's impossible to tell against the dark blue background. But the fact there's like a fucking animation in the background, like how fucking sick is that? I mean, this is it's a lot more fast-paced than the other Spectrum Final Fight we played. I mean, it's not exactly fair to compare them, of course, but it's an interesting contrast. Oh, barrels. Good health sound effect. Oh, it's that little thing. Capcom mascot. Name I keep forgetting. It's like it's like from Sidearms, I think. Shows up in like a bunch of menus and has a pickup in a lot of Capcom games. I wonder if that's in the original game or if they added it in this version. Because they had little heart pickups that was a 1-up in the original game, but here it's just like health. I guess you don't get 1-ups because you only have 1 life. Or rather, you have infinite lives, I suppose. The game just says game over. Yeah, I've like held and messed around with the Spectrum, like in my adult life, but they were not a thing here either. Or if they were, it was definitely before my time. But like I played plenty C64, even though that was way before my time as well. Spectrum is not something I ever really came across.
I'm Thrasher, ruler of this city. Bow down before me.
Oh yeah, so I think I picked yes before. Yes, I bowed to him. But I wouldn't become his,
Those who offend me must die.
I wouldn't become his underling, even though I bowed to him. Oh, that did some damage. Holy shit! I wanted to do the fucking fireball, but he fucking walked over to me and deleted my half of my life bar before I even could press left, right, fire. Spider was nicknamed the Rubber. This guy's name is Damned, but I guess in the NES version they called him Thrasher, like in the Super Nintendo version. Bow down, yes. I'm superior. Maybe you're stronger than you look. Why don't you join us? What happens if I pick yes? I don't believe you. You're too much of a mama's boy. Like, there's so much shit going on screen. Like, this looks so cool. I mean, that whole, like, microcomputer scene, I feel like, wasn't... I mean, the C64, I guess, had, like, some degree of success. I mean, Commodore were American, of course, but they had a lot more success. I was gonna say in the West, in Europe. Like, I think, you know, the Apple stuff, I don't think was ever, like, as big over here. I mean, Apple II stuff or whatever, pre-Macintosh. You know, you got IBM compatibles eventually, but that would have been a little bit later. But sure, throughout, like, the mid to late 80s. That would have been probably the dominant computer platform. You had, like Texas Instrument computers and stuff. Dude, the music's so good. But I mean, you know, distribution and everything, like, the world was such a different place back then, right? So it shouldn't be super surprising that you'd have much more, like, local variants, and, like, you know, you shouldn't necessarily expect something like a computer platform to kind of be the same globally. Yeah, like, Commodore was big in Britain, and, like, Amstrad was big in France, right? You had other, like, the MSX was also, like, big in Spain, right? In certain, like, I think, MSX had some presence in the Netherlands. But from personal experience, like, I've seen a lot of Commodore 64s and Amigas. Like, a lot of people I knew had Amigas when I grew up. So Commodore was definitely, like... You for sure associated with the UK, but I mean, there were a ton of like, Scandinavian and German and, like, you know, Dutch and French developers making stuff for Amiga as well. Try to do the fucking fireball. I can't. Oh, I might not have meter for it. I want health. Ah, shit. I don't want to lose health. There we go. Like full health, too. We'll see how much more of this I have in me, because I feel like we are... not unlikely to get, like, super destroyed by just about anything. Would have been nice to have a trainer to, like, skip levels or something, just kind of see what they did, because it is hella impressive. And yeah, this is I mean, the music was good to begin with, of course. But this is a cool interpretation of it. Like, I feel like the game speed is pretty high, and I feel like the tempo of some of the music has kind of been, or like, maybe not the tempo strictly, but like the arrangement of the music has a slightly more kind of hectic, breakneck vibe to it. Yeah, the graphics are amazing. Looks awesome. I do have enough meter to heal up here. Well, hopefully I can do it in time. I was like, oh, I'm like, I have a slight surplus of meter. I got like several white bars. I got a lot of health. Like, I'm not even gonna heal to save my life. And then like, I got hit 5 times and I had to do exactly that. Like, for those of you who have no kind of reference point for, like, what a Spectrum game typically looks like and plays like, I recommend going back to the one of the previous streams from this marathon when we played the Spectrum version of Final Fight. And not to look at that and to say that that is typical, but rather look at that version and say, like, holy shit, that was so impressive what they did in that version. And see how primitive that is compared to this. I know there's been, like, I've seen some other Spectrum homebrew thing. There was, like, some platform action game. There was, like, a remake or a sequel to some Spectrum game. So, like, I know the Spectrum has, like, quite the dedicated development scene. I'm sure people have done, like, lots of really cool stuff, but it's definitely outside of my wheelhouse. Sort of like the look of this over the NES version. It's quite charming, isn't it? Pretty cool. I mean, it's like, I like the look of the Amstrad CPC version of Final Fight. I wouldn't say that I like it better than the arcade version or any of the other versions that are, like, relatively, accurate to that, but it's like, it's kind of its own thing. There's just something about it that's kind of fascinating. Fucking blocking. Ah, I didn't have meter to do my special. Oh shit. I have to redo the entire level. Prince of Persia is amazing. Is that on Spectrum? Or like an MSX thing. I'm sure the MSX has like a lot of homebrew stuff too. I feel like all old computer systems do. Well, like I said, Russian-made Spectrum port. That's cool. Yeah, I'm not exactly on the verge, on the like precipice of diving into the you know, the, I'm sure, exhaustive, deep world of Spectrum homebrew, but just dipping my toes in it, trying out something like this, sure makes me curious, if nothing else. And we played you know, a number of versions of Prince of Persia early this year. I was kind of toying with the idea of doing a more proper, like, play every version of that, and I would still kind of like to do that, because There's a lot of versions of Prince of Persia. Some of them are really cool. Some of them add a lot of interesting stuff. The Mega Drive version of Prince of Persia is something I'm like very torn about because all of the stuff it adds a bunch of original levels, which are really cool. The graphics are probably my favorite version. Like, I think Mega Drive has the nicest graphics of all different versions of the original POP. But the game is like kind of busted because the combat is broken and the tile, like, the character doesn't snap to the grid the way he's supposed to. So a lot of jumps are like 10 times harder and more inconsistent than they should be. So I feel like I would love to do like some kind of a, you know, super cut, like, complete edition of like Prince of Persia 1 that has like the Mega Drive graphics, the Mega Drive levels, the Super Nintendo extra levels and boss fights, like smooth 60 FPS gameplay with no slowdowns, and like just accurate physics and game. Well, I guess no version runs at 60 FPS of that game, but no slowdowns would be a big, because the Mega Drive version doesn't have slowdowns really, but the Super Nintendo version sure does. What's up, Sorzanovi? Make the stream a few tiles smaller to make handle it. Yeah, that's interesting. Like, you know, some versions of that game sure could use those kinds of compromises for a better experience. Like the scrolling screens in the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia 2 are just like a nightmare. I think actually the NES Prince of Persia 1 might have that same thing where each screen like scrolls a little bit, which is awful. Anyway, I'm not gonna sit here and like plan a completely different full series, or like, well, I wouldn't do a full series retrospective for Prince of Persia. That's quite the undertaking, but you know, multi-version comparison project. Spectrum Prince of Persia came out in '96. That's really sick though. Like, that's pretty. I mean, not early for homebrew, but like it's kind of a different thing. In terms of the resources that would be available to create something like it, 90s stuff would be like from a different universe than stuff that happens in, you know, in the 21st century. Anyway, yeah, Sarsnow, if you're wondering about my extremely high level of play here, it's because I'm like borderline passing out after a somewhat long stream, having not gotten a lot of sleep last night. We got destroyed by some of the other games and versions of this, and yeah, like I said, I just kind of wanted to consider this a bit of a bonus, show this off for people who haven't heard of this, and it seems like not a lot of people in chat had heard of this version. And I mean, neither had I. I think I like Googled. I was gonna like grab some artwork for the stream or something, and I just like Googled Final Fight or whatever, and I think the picture that I have here is the cover art came up. Like, someone made this like mock-up for like a the Hit Squad, you know, release for Spectrum, where they just sort of photoshopped in the Famicom box art of Mighty Final Fight. I'm like, what the heck is that? And it like led me to an article writing about this game. Like, oh shit, well, gotta check this out. And I mean, yeah, for what this is, like, it's pretty dang cool, but it's significantly harder than the NES game, I feel. Probably tuned about right, in terms of what Spectrum players would be familiar with and accustomed to. There's no, like, option to not continue and go back. I don't know if, like, there might be some key that you might press to, like, pause or to end the game. I can press enter to pause, but, like, I don't know what the conventions are for keyboard shortcuts on a Spectrum, so I would have no idea how to navigate. Pausing is fine, though. I just wanted some peace and quiet. I kind of wouldn't mind playing this maybe a little bit more. I would love to see more of it. I can say that much. But frankly, I just don't think I have much more in me tonight. My original plan had been to do all this and then also Final Fight 3. But in order to do that any amount of justice, we're definitely saving that for next time. So maybe next time we'll look at Final Fight 3 and Final Fight Revenge. But I feel like we're doing fewer and fewer games with every stream. So maybe next stream will only be Final Fight 3. And then we'll save Revenge for the stream after that. I don't know. But we'll be forging ahead, playing more games as we explore the history of the Final Fight series. But I think we'll leave it there tonight. I've been going for almost 6 hours, and given that I wasn't necessarily expecting to have the energy for a full-length stream tonight, I think that's a good place to wrap up. Don't remember if I told you, but your Prince of Persia streams were a lot of fun to watch. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. They were a lot of fun to do, even if they were very frustrating at times. We played the Mega Drive, the unreleased Mega Drive version of Prince of Persia 2, which like ended up being kind of a nightmare because once you got to like the later parts of the game, like it was just like very unfinished. The game was unfinished; it wasn't released, but there was like a ROM hack that sort of fixed the game up. And I thought that it would make the game more complete than it actually turned out to be. So I really want to return to Prince of Persia 2, but the version I really want to play is the Mac version. The Mac version is the ultimate version because it has like the high resolution graphics and all, like it has everything from the DOS version, but like double resolution graphics that look awesome. The Mac version of Prince of Persia 1 is really cool as well. It also has like the high res graphics, which the PC 98 version is like based on the Mac version too. Anyway, there's a lot of versions of Prince of Persia. You may or may not be surprised to learn. And I mean, the original Prince of Persia is hands down one of my absolute favorite games of all time. It's up there with Dead Rising for sure. And I mean, I love that game, and I love exploring the different versions and finding the ups and downs and appeal of them. I mean, some versions are a little janky, like the Mega Drive version is still cool and fun to play, but it's just really hard in some ways that aren't super fun. But then you have shit like the Master System version, which is like unplayable, pretty much. Like the physics are completely absurdly broken in the Master System Prince of Persia. Like I said, I don't really want to get into the habit of planning out or describing or hypothesizing about this other big project, like right in the middle of doing this, the Final Fight one, because once we're done with Final Fight stuff, I'm going to be so relieved to not be tied up into this big project and have time to do other stuff. And I'm definitely not diving right back into Prince of Persia. Back when it was originally scheduled to come out in like March, I was getting kind of hyped for the Sands of Time remake, like mostly on account of playing those old games. So whenever that does finally come out, maybe we might play that. I don't know. I think for sure it would legitimately be really interesting to do like a proper Prince of Persia marathon, to play through at least, 1, 2, 3D, the Sands of Time trilogy, I guess Prince of Persia 08 and Forgotten Sands. I guess those would be considered like the mainline Prince of Persia games. But there's a bunch of like GBA games and phone games and shit too. There's like a Sands of Time on GBA. There's some DS Prince of Persia game. And then there's probably more that I'm not even aware of. Well, there's POP Classic too, which is kind of meh, in my opinion. I didn't care for that much. And then the Sands of Time remake, of course, coming out. So that would be fun, but like I said, that quite the undertaking, for sure. But I think that's just like something that's gonna have to happen on this channel sooner or later, right? Like, I think we've talked about those games a bunch because it sort of comes up, or it definitely did when we played those games, because I love the original Prince of Persia. I've enjoyed what I've played of. I mean, I don't think I've played a Prince of Persia that I didn't enjoy, except for like bad ports. But I think starting from Sands of Time, like all of them, the whole like parkour stuff, like for me, that's I prefer the climbing, because that's the thing. Like, all right, the original Prince of Persia is like about climbing, the physicality of the jumping and vaulting and mantling, climbing over ledges and stuff. Like, it has such a specific tactile feel that is completely missing in the 3D games, except the original Prince of Persia 3D. well, not the original, the first 3D Prince of Persia, which was called Prince of Persia 3D. Getting convoluted, but and that's a big reason why I didn't like Prince of Persia Classic, because they kind of got rid of that feel and replaced it with this, you know, sliding around weird parkour feel from Sands of Time, which I'm sure a lot of people prefer, but I don't. So even though I mean, it's kind of like with Mighty Final Fight. It's a good game, but it doesn't scratch that it doesn't scratch the Prince of Persia itch either, but it doesn't really scratch the Final Fight itch for me. And I feel the same way about, you know, the post Sands of Time Prince of Persias. They're fine. I don't dislike any of them, but they don't really scratch the same itch. They do a little bit here and there, but on the whole, not quite. But it's been a long time since I played any of them. So I would definitely be interested in playing through them, and it would be extra interesting to kind of play all of them sort of back to back to be able to compare them more to each other. I've played most of them, not to completion. Some of them to completion, not all. Forgotten Sands is one I haven't played at all, but I'm pretty sure I have that one on PS3, because I remember getting a couple of them, and I'm pretty sure I got a digital copy of that, because I was like, oh, I gotta play this someday, and I bought that probably 7 years ago or something. Anyway, this is I'm doing terrible at wrapping up the stream here. More Prince of Persia I'm sure will happen at some point, but before then we have a lot of Final Fight to get through still. Soft hands and acronyms. What's up? And thank you very much for your kind words. And indeed, have a great night, everyone, and stay safe and healthy. That's those are some words to live by. Let me let me see who is streaming, and I'll send you guys their way. Surely someone is streaming at this hour. Let's just see what's going on. What is going on, in fact? Man, there's like way too many live channels. Duke is doing something interesting, it looks like. Why don't we pay him a visit? Reading manual, getting anyone who wants deep lore. Let's go to Duke Donut stream. Get some lore. Thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. I'll see you on Monday for more Final Fight action. Take care, everybody. Bye.